Morning, everybody. Welcome to the committee meeting, planning committee meeting. We'll start with a little introduction from the committee for those in the audience. We'll start over here on my left. Yes.
Cathy Hoare, Democratic Services Officer at West Devon Borough Council.
Graham Lawrence, Heritage Officer, South Hams and West Devon Borough Council.
Myself, Terry Southcott, Bridgestone Ward and Vice Chair of this committee meeting, but chairing in the absence of the chair. So, move on.
Pat Weimer, Head of Development Management.
Good morning, Dave Fairbairn, Head of Legal Services and Monitoring Officer and the committee's legal advisor this morning. Good morning, Paul Vash on Oakhampton South Ward, subbing for Councillor Cheadle.
Councillor Mott, Lead Member for Planning and Bridgestone Ward.
Alistair Cunningham, Member for Buckland Monacorum Ward.
Sam Wakeham, Hatherley Ward.
Steve Guthrie, Drew Stainton Ward.
Mark Renders, Dartmoor Ward, subbing for Councillor Leach, I think.
Yep.
Councillor Mandy Ewings, Leader of the Council, Tavistock Ward, substituting for... Who am I subbing for?
Rick.
No, that's Rick.
That's right.
Councillor Moody.
Councillor Ursula Mann for Tavistock North Ward.
Councillor Neil Jory, I'm the Councillor for Tamar Ford Ward.
Thank you, everybody.
I didn't want to use the short consent, but I'll be informed that it falls to one. Let's go, let's see. We do think it's a little bit positive.
Okay, moving on. For this meeting only, I've got a vacant chair here that needs a seat. Somebody sitting in it. I'd like nominations, please, for a temporary vice chair.
May I nominate Councillor Ursula Mann, Mr Chair?
Happy to second that.
All those in favour? Next item on the agenda is apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chair. We've got apologies from Councillor Cheadle, of which Councillor Vashon is substituting, Councillor Leach and Councillor Renders is substituting, and Councillor Moody and Councillor Ewings is substituting. Thank you.
Does anybody have any declarations of interest? I was going to read the statement first. In accordance with the Code of Conduct, members are invited to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests, other registrable interests and non-registrable interests, including the nature of the and extent of such interests they may have in any of the items considered on the meeting. Councillor Jury.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to declare in the context of item 5A, the Hazelden Preparatory School. From 2002 to 2009, I was the bursar of Mount House School, which subsequently merged with Kelly to form the Mount Kelly Association, but obviously I haven't been employed by them since that time. My 3 children attended Mount House School, and 2 of my children attended Kelly, but they left school a long time ago, and we have no further direct association. I'd also like to make a declaration with regard to item 5B, the land of north of Green Hill in Lamerton, which is in my ward, and I'm exercising my right to speak to the committee when that application is brought forward. So at that time, with your permission, Chair, I will withdraw from the committee and rejoin for the subsequent item.
Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Thank you, Chair. I think it's been covered, though. I did get, obviously I came into this quite late. I did have an email from one of the governors, which gave their response to a few of the points, but I think Councillor said everybody's had that, so there's nothing then.
Correct, everybody's had that.
Right, I need to declare an interest in item 5A. My son attends Kelly College. It's a non-registrable interest. He doesn't receive any scholarships or any special treatment. And the other reason that I need to declare an interest in that one is I have, as part of the neighbourhood development plan, we've had conversations with Mount Kelly about various parts of the neighbourhood development plan for Tavistock. We held a meeting with the head of the school to discuss green space designation in sports and fields. I was not present at that meeting. It was minuted by another member of the steering group. So just to be clear about that. And I also need to declare an interest on 5B. It's just simply that I have at one point met with the current neighbourhood planning group for Lamerton simply to provide some guidance about the process of engaging in a neighbourhood development plan, because I was in year 3, but we did not discuss the site in any way.
Okay, is that everybody? Thank you. Items requiring urgent attention. As far as I'm aware, there's none. Okay. Confirmation of the minutes of the last meetings. Anybody got any points they wish to raise? We take them as read then? Yes? Thank you. Right. For the members of the public in particular, the general procedure for the meeting is as follows. For each of the applications, the officer will give a presentation and answer any questions the committee may have at that point. Registered speakers will then in turn come forward following the order on the documents, or a statement will be read out on their behalf if they're not able to attend. The order will be objector, then supporter, local council representative, i.e. parish or town council if there is one, and followed by the West Devon ward member if they wish to speak on the application. The first 3 get 3 minutes, which will be timed, and you'll get a slight warning 30 seconds before the end, and the ward member will have 5 minutes. After each speaker has spoken, while they're still there, the committee will also have an opportunity to ask them questions for further clarity. On completion of all the speakers, the committee will move into debate and eventually we'll come to a decision. Right. I now have a statement by the Head of Legal Services. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. While I'm sure that members understand fully the approach that they should take in determining planning applications, I've agreed with the Chair that for the benefit of members of the public who might not be so familiar with the process, I will explain the basic principles at the beginning of each meeting of the committee. So, the starting point, if I can have the slide up, the starting point is a statutory requirement that when making decisions on planning applications, the committee must have regard to the policies in the development plan. In this case, the development plan is the joint local plan and any made neighbourhood plan. They must also have regard to any other material considerations. Material considerations are those matters that are concerned with the use and development of land and they're in the public interest. Anything that does not serve that purpose is irrelevant and the committee will not consider it. Not only must the committee have regard to the development plan, but any decisions must also be made in accordance with the development plan unless material considerations suggest otherwise. The rationale for this is that the development plan is intended to be a carefully drafted and considered statement of policy published to inform the public of the approach which will be followed by the committee in decision making unless there is good reason to depart from it. The obligation to make decisions in accordance with the development plan can only be discharged properly if the committee establishes whether the proposed development complies with the development plan as a whole. The joint local plan, like other development plans, contains broad statements of planning policy and is not unusual, indeed very likely that one or more policies that apply to the proposed development will pull in different directions. So a development proposal may be in accord with the development plan policies which, for example, encourage development for employment purposes, and yet be contrary to the policies which seek to protect open countryside. In such cases, there is no clear-cut answer to the question, does the proposal accord with the development plan? The committee must therefore make a judgment bearing in mind such factors as the relevant importance of the relevant policies and the extent to which the development proposal complies with them or does not. Finally, when interpreting development plan policies, the committee must adopt a sensible reading of the words used, both in their context and taking the policies together, so that the words of a policy are to be given their ordinary and natural meaning. Policies must therefore be read objectively and not read in such a way that they say what the committee or the decision maker would like them to say. I hope that's helpful for members of the public. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Fairbairn. Okay, so we'll start with the application 4004/21 full, former Hazeldown Primary School, Parkwood Road, Tavistock. I invite the officer to give his presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good morning. I didn't introduce myself earlier. My name's Stephen Stroud. I'm the case officer for the first two items on your agenda this morning. I will share my presentation. Has that come up? Can you confirm?
Yes, that's there.
Yep, excellent, thank you. So as a matter of housekeeping on this first item, there has been a letter received on behalf of the applicant dated the 10th of May. In officer's view, and I understand that's been circulated to members, but in officer's view that doesn't raise any new substantive issues, being as it is a letter which effectively challenges the planning judgment of relevant planning, heritage and landscape officers. I'll run through obviously the main issues relevant to this application as I move through the presentation. So this application proposes effectively the redevelopment of the site and the refurbishment of Hazelden House to form a single dwelling, and that's including the demolition of non-listed structures, the demolition of all other structures, including former classroom blocks on the site, the erection of 10 open market dwellings, the reinstatement of the original site access, restoration of parkland and associated infrastructure. This is the site location plan. So the site is located just north of the A386 between Tavistock and Wallerbrook. It's a large area of grounds. It amounts to approximately 4.6 hectares, and obviously principally relates to Hazelden House, which was previously used in connection with the college. This is a Google aerial view, just to give a sense of context in terms of where you are. So in officer's view, we are in the countryside beyond the built-up or discernible built-up area of Tavistock, although clearly there are other sporadic developments thereabouts, including you'll see an existing industrial estate to the east. This is the site here. And you can actually see the estate road coming down and joining the A386. This is a Google Maps travel estimation of walking distance between the site and the Brook Street Co-op, which just gives an indication of the likely travel time if you were to walk the site, being around or just under 30 minutes, and is just under 2 kilometres. Obviously that co-op is not quite in the centre of town, but again gives an indication of the distances and the route that would be taken if you were to walk from the site to town. This is a close-up aerial view, so you can see Hazelden House here and classroom buildings to the north and northeast. There is an existing residential dwelling over the boundary to the north as well. What you can also make out here is the engineered playing fields, which are sort of generally flat, whereas the topography otherwise is sloping down towards the road. So those are previously used playing fields, and obviously the relevance of that is covered in the officer report. This is a topographical drawing which just stresses that point, so you can see the more natural contours of the land sloping down, and then the flatter engineered areas where the playing fields were previously sited. These are existing elevations of the house. You can make out the more modern additions that obviously detract from the significance of the building, and it's proposed that they would be demolished as part of the scheme. So you've got an extension here and various elements at the rear here. Photographs then of Hazelden House. Apologies, they're a little bit blurry. Hazelden House is a Grade 2 listed building, so obviously there is a statutory presumption in favour of its conservation. This is a view of the house then in context, taken from one of those playing fields, looking up northwards towards the house. The actual accommodation schedule as part of the proposed development, as I said, is for the refurbishment of the Hazelden House, but in addition 10 new dwellings. So the mix is set out there for you on the slide. There is a cottage which I'll identify for you, which is a 2-bedroomed property. That will be closest to the roadside. You'll then have a group of 4 houses just north of that, and then as you move up the site, as it were, you'll then reach a sort of modern barn style interpretation of development. Obviously the refurbishment of Hazelden House, and then a further house which is within the walled garden. So this is a block plan or layout showing the proposed development. So again, as a point of reference, Hazelden House here, the dwelling that would be sited within the walled garden, the barn units on the site, roughly speaking, of where there are existing buildings currently, and also the car park that you may have used when you undertook your site visit last week. And then the 4 dwellings and further cottage dwelling, which is adjacent to the roadside. These are slightly enlarged views that just give a sense of the ground floor areas and amenity spaces, which all meet the expectations in the Joint Local Plan SPD. And these are the barn dwellings. And then Hazelden House, and to the north you can see the courtyard dwelling. These are extracts from the sectional drawings that accompanied the application. So again, give you a sense of the topography now and as would be if permission were granted and the development constructed. So when I refer to the cottage dwelling, that's here, if you see my mouse, adjacent to the roadside. And then you'll see the land is to bank upwards to the 4 other dwellings, and then the barn units coming further up the site. So this is a sectional almost taken through the centre of the site, looking northeastwards. And this is a similar section, but taken a little bit further back to the west. So it captures Hazelden House, again, moving down. And actually here you can see a change of levels where the restored parkland would be, and then looking eastwards towards the new units. And this is a further section, again through the centre of the site, but this time looking northwards at the front of Hazelden House. And again, you can see the raised levels where the barn units would be located. These are the proposed elevations for Hazelden House. So you can see obviously those detracting elements to its significance would be removed, and the house obviously would be refurbished to create a new dwelling. These are the elevations for the courtyard dwelling, obviously contemporary in approach to minimise its visual impact and any impact upon Hazelden House, to sort of keep it within the silhouette of the walled garden, obviously flat roofed. And this is a flavour then of the barn dwellings, and the what's been termed the houses, which would be at the bottom of the site. This is a helpful drawing which shows the overall landscape master plan and obviously overlays the proposed dwellings as well. So you will see there is a reinstated historic approach to Hazelden House, which is obviously very positive, as is the restoration of the parkland landscape setting, so effectively removing the presently engineered playing field aesthetic, and then the new dwellings to the north and east of the site. And obviously there is proposed to be quite extensive screening by way of landscaping. This is a further view in context, just showing obviously Hazelden House relevant to the new dwellings. And then the site, sorry, in context with the wider area. So you can see here the developed site relevant to other, as I say, in officer's judgment, sporadic developments which fall within the discernible countryside beyond the built-up area of Tavistock. So in terms of the key issues, members, there is a principal issue in that this is a site in the countryside. So your relevant policies, in particular TTV1 and TTV26 are in play. This does propose new dwellings within the countryside where there is a general expectation that development will be restricted. In terms of connectivity, as set out in the report, it's felt that due to the distance involved and the quality of journey involved, there is likely to be a reliance upon the private car for most, if not all, journeys to services and facilities. That therefore also represents another policy breach in principle. In terms of housing mix, again, as set out in the report, this is not a scheme in respect of the new dwellings proposed that would serve to redress current imbalances in housing stock. So there is a breach of the relevant policy in that regard, Dev 8. In terms of heritage, it must be recognised that there is much good in this application because it is proposing the refurbishment of Hazelden House, which is a listed building, and it is obviously extremely desirable that a proposal does so. However, that benefit doesn't come without its own harms, and principally they relate to the new dwellings that will be sited within the setting of that listed building. So when you come to undertake your overall planning balance, it's really important that you don't fall into error by double counting those heritage benefits, because they are effectively neutralised by the harms that would be posed. And as set out in the officer report, this is effectively a neutral consideration because it neither weighs in favour nor against the application. There is a landscape objection from your landscape consultee in respect of the in principle character harm that would be proposed, and also in addition the appearance of the area putting those dwellings, and obviously you refer back to the levels drawings that would be quite visually prominent, officers consider, notwithstanding the screening that's proposed. But otherwise, on the other side of the balance, there are a number of benefits. And that's why, in officers' view, the application is finely balanced for the reasons set out in the report. If you were to stand back and look at the development plan in the round, it's felt that the nature and extent of the policy breaches that have been identified do mean that overall and in the round there is a breach of the development plan as a whole. And having weighed that issue against the other material considerations in play, the benefits do not ultimately outweigh the harms, and therefore the recommendation, members, is one of refusal, the single reason being set out in the papers for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any members got any questions for the officer? Councillor Jury.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Mr. Stroud. Really helpful report, and much appreciated, and I appreciate your guidance recently. I've got a couple of questions, if I may, Chair. The first one really occurs on line 3 of your reasons for refusal, where you say that essentially, because the occupiers are likely to be reliant on the private car, that's contrary to the adopted spatial strategy of the up-to-date development plan. Well, as with a number of other reports that have come back to this committee, I have read the spatial strategy many times, and I've not been able to find anything in there that says if you need to get there by private car, it's contrary to the spatial strategy. I wondered whether you could elaborate on that and give me some guidance on that. I suppose if I was being very facetious, I would say, well, if we had to do away with everything that relied on the private car to get there, first thing we should be doing is closing our car parks, because by definition you need a car to get to them, but perhaps I should avoid that. The second question I have is around SPT1, which is part of that spatial strategy. And I note that in SPT1, the first item refers to a sustainable economy, and talks about opportunities for business growth and protecting strategically important economic assets. And I just really wanted to ask, in your weighing up of the application, and I note what you say about the heritage benefits and the other benefits that could be accrued weighed against the harm, how much weight have you put on the economic aspects and the recognition that Mount Kelly is, in my view, a strategically important economic asset within the town?
Yes, of course. So in respect of the first question, that's not an easy question to answer, because ultimately you members, as decision takers, and myself in presenting a recommendation, you're undertaking more of a textured judgment looking at the development plan as a whole and the relevant policy objectives. Clearly, in any rural authority, there will be a degree of reliance upon the private car, but your policies are geared towards moving to a more sustainable transport economy in minimising those trips and trying to secure genuine opportunities to travel by sustainable means. And clearly there will be in other settlements situations where you will have a site that is better related to the core of that settlement to access the relevant services and facilities that would be in that settlement. Again, this is a location where ultimately it is, if not isolated, nevertheless functionally set apart from the settlement of Tavistock. So ultimately, being located as it is, you would have no choice, in officers' view, but to get in the car. I think it's unlikely that you would, unless you're extremely determined, walk into town. In respect of the second question, obviously the development of itself would present economic benefits, and it's important to weigh those, as I have and as no doubt members will do. Where things get more tricky is to suggest that there are other economic benefits to be derived in the absence of any clear planning land use link between the development and those benefits, and that's where, in my view, and indeed as referred to in the legal officer's presentation, you need to be very careful attributing weight to benefits that may not have any material connection to the planning application proposed.
Thank you. Anybody else? Councillor Wakeham.
Hello. If the application went ahead, would there not be a bus stop put on the road for the residents there?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Okay. Councillor Ewing.
Just start on mine. On page 15 of the report, Mr. Stroud, down at the bottom, the last few lines, we we're saying that the development would be physically isolated in the sense of being isolated from the settlement. The development is on an A road, and, you know, in my humble view, that does not make it isolated being on an A road. At the back of it, you have Wilmanstone Farm and cottages, along with the rear of Old Exeter Road, which I would say were isolated because they're not on the main A road. They're on that lane that is at the back of Mount House. Sorry, no, it's not Mount House. Hazelden House, and it goes all the way along there, round to Wilmanstone, and within the documents, Wilmanstone appeal decision is cited, but that is in the middle of nowhere on very, very difficult small lanes. So this is an A road. Can you tell me how that is meant to be isolated when other things that you've quoted within the report are very isolated?
Yes, I think you're referring to the section of the report where I refer to the Braintree and Bramshill judgments.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Yeah. So that's a different test. So that's a relevant legal test of determining whether the relevant policy thresholds for relevant to isolated development are concerned, and that's a physical test, and that relates to consideration of whether a site is or isn't isolated from a settlement. And the policy consequence of that in this context would be whether the first part of TTV 26 applies or not. Actually, and apologies if this wasn't clear, in officers' view, the site is not physically isolated, and that's a distinct question from considering whether in connectivity terms it would be accessible to services and facilities or not. So I'm actually in agreement with you on the isolated point relevant to the tests in the JLP and the MPPF.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, man.
Thank you. I just wanted to talk to you about the imbalance in housing stock and the statement that this housing mix would not contribute to meeting local market housing needs. And I guess I'm talking because I have been involved, as you know, with the Tavistock Neighbourhood Development Plan, and one of the things that we've got there is a very recent housing needs analysis document. And in that, it found that the results of the modelling exercise suggest that any new residential development would best address the changing needs of the local population by focusing on mid-sized homes, 3-bedroom, followed by larger 4+ bedroom homes. They also said there would be a moderate need for 2-bedroom dwellings, but less so for 1-bedroom dwellings. They actually kind of call out that the study and no study could be prescriptive about what types are needed, and that there's a balance that needs to be struck between improving choice in the market and by creating smaller places that are more affordable, and also making sure to preserve the features that residents like about Tavistock, which is the larger homes and a family home style thing. The decision here, what is that comment that you've got in there, which says that this is about it doesn't contribute to meeting local market housing needs? Where does that data come from, and what are we looking at when we make that decision?
Of course. Well, actually, I noted that Mr. Baker, the policy officer, had raised his hand, so he might be well placed to. I'm happy to answer, but he may be well placed to answer as well, and probably easy to defer to him in the first instance as he raised his hand. If that's you're okay with that, Chair?
Yeah, very happy, Mr. Baker. Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Thank you for the question, Councillor Mann. And yes, I kind of do understand that obviously the neighbourhood plan process requires a degree of bespoke evidence to be collated to kind of help justify and inform the emerging policies of the neighbourhood plan. When adopted, the neighbourhood plan will form part of the development plan and will therefore need to be applied alongside joint local plan policies and the evidence base that sits underneath the joint local plan. And members will probably have experience of officers talking around the relevant Office for National Statistics data sets that we use to apply our policies regarding housing mix. So particularly pertinent with regards to the characteristics of the local community of Tavistock and the type and size of dwellings that are brought forward to kind of broadly align with the future needs of the town. And I say broadly because Councillor Mann's exactly right. You can't prescribe to a very fine detail because that isn't really kind of how these things work. But the kind of key characteristics for me in what informs the kind of comments on this application and the proposal before you. The first one for me is that already in Tavistock, you've got over 40% of homes in the town with at least 2 empty bedrooms all the time. Now, in combination with dwellings that have got at least 1 empty bedroom, that's 76%. Now, of course, 1 empty bedroom, we kind of understand that can be potentially quite useful in terms of facilitating working from home, reducing travel to work and things like that. But there's only a kind of a relative degree of benefit there because, of course, not all households have got people employed in professions where they are able to work from home. And so that isn't necessarily a kind of a need across the board. The other thing that I think is relevant within Tavistock is that the household sizes in Tavistock currently comprise over 70% of households that don't have any more than 2 people in them. So understanding where the driver is for more 3 and 4 bed homes, I fail to see the correlation between what I see as the household sizes and how the community of Tavistock is kind of represented within those household sizes and what the driver is for more family size homes when you've already got nearly half of your housing stock already that's got at least 2 empty bedrooms, recognizing as well what comes along with that is that it's the additional burdens of having to kind of heat and maintain those empty spaces, which it is difficult to achieve, particularly with the increasing costs of heating our homes. The other thing I think that we do need to reconcile, and I think Councillor Mann correctly identified this in terms of how the findings from the housing needs survey need to be considered, is whether or not a proliferation and continued supply of family size homes, how that aligns with the housing crisis declaration that we've made as a council. And I think the housing crisis kind of fundamentally can be characterised by a generation of housing being supplied that's been based on what a developer can sell rather than what our communities need and the type and size of houses that aligns with the household sizes that we know we've got, which I've just explained to you. So, of course, it's a kind of balanced judgment. There isn't a kind of prescribed outcome, but I think those kind of key characteristics for me would suggest that I don't recognise a correlation between the proposal before you and what I'm seeing in terms of the characteristics of the local population.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for either officer? Councillor Ewing.
May I challenge Mr. Baker a little bit, please? He's back there. We've got on page 19 about the dwelling sizes that correlate more closely to household size, reducing occupiers, excessive heating bills, etc. This is not a development where you could just put 1 and 2 bedroomed houses, because that would be totally out of keeping with Hazelden House. So how does it become our issue whether somebody can afford to heat it or have a spare bedroom when it's open market housing? How does that become our issue? Because we can't force people to buy them, and if they don't want them, they won't be sold. So how does that become our issue?
Thank you for the challenge, Councillor Ewings. I expected nothing less. And it's a very pertinent question to raise. I suppose the first thing to point out is I agree with you. 1 and 2 bed houses wouldn't be appropriate there, just because of, as has already been characterised, I don't necessarily think it's a sustainable location for housing per se. That said, it's been well documented elsewhere that supposing this were a sustainable location, if we're talking hypothetically about how smaller dwellings could help necessitate a better correlation between your dwelling stock and your household sizes, a well-proportioned 2-bed home, for example, would meet a broader cross-section of needs of a wider section of the households that you've got in the town. For example, so well-designed, so thermally efficient, very modern, cheap to run, well-proportioned, sensibly laid out dwelling would and could potentially meet the needs of an older couple or a household with a single person in it downsizing, therefore freeing up a family-sized home, or it could facilitate a growing family on their way up kind of through the housing ladder, as it were, providing functional and usable family household space rather than one that's kind of particularly restrictive or kind of, barely meets national space standards. The key here is to make sure that the dwellings that you provide fundamentally meet the essential needs of those different range of households that you're seeking to move about within your local housing stock. So delivering the right type of houses in the right location does bring about what we call churn, which is households within your local area staying within their local area, because why wouldn't they? That's where they've got their family and support and friend networks. That's what you want to do. You want to retain people in your communities. But it frees up, it enables people to downsize, or I believe the phrase often is right size. It still allows them a degree of flexibility in their accommodation. So if they want a spare room or a home office, they can still kind of do that. But it frees them up from that kind of the obligational burden of kind of staying in a house that's much bigger for them. And then that creates movement within the local housing market for people who are looking for a house just ever so slightly bigger to kind of to grow into as their household grows as well. I completely agree. We can't control every aspect of this, but we can kind of look at how people generally move, why they move, and where they move to, and that's the kind of development that we obviously have already been allocated in the joint local plan, and the sort of thing that we try to encourage when the circumstances and the location is right.
Thank you. Has that satisfied your questions, Councillor Ewing?
Not really, but I'll bring it back in debate.
Councillor Mann?
Sorry, can I just ask one more question around the sports playing pitch policy and the interaction there? Because I got a bit confused by some of the materials in that pack, which in one sense were saying that these were pitches that we then couldn't build on, but but then was saying that we would need to refer them to the Secretary of State. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, of course. So there is a consultation direction that's a matter of statute, and one of the criteria relates to playing field development, and where there is an objection from Sport England, and that in those circumstances, if you are minded to approve, grant planning permission for a scheme where Sport England object, then you are obliged to refer that application to the Secretary of State. That's the National Planning Casework Unit. That's not to say that the Secretary of State will determine the application, and in my experience, they turn away the majority of referrals that they're given, but it is a matter of process that you're expected to follow. Now, actually here, I'm at one with the applicant in considering that there is no policy issue on the playing fields point, but nevertheless, Sport England disagree, and they disagree in the way that the criteria of the policy is applied. I think, members, notwithstanding that there is a point of disagreement actually between us and the applicant and Sport England, the prudent thing to do would be to follow the consultation direction. So if you are minded to grant planning permission for this, I would strongly recommend that you do just follow that process, which is a case of emailing the casework unit with details of the application and the proposed grant. Yeah.
Sorry, and this just goes back to the question around the economic side of the information related to that sport facility. So one of the arguments that has been presented is that some of the profit from the site would be used to go into other sport facilities that the applicants has. And you said there was no material planning consideration that involved the economic use of the site. But I'm just wondering, isn't that the basis for some consideration of the economic impact of the site? Because if it is being used to fund, if Sports England has objected on the basis that that we're getting rid of a sport facility, and the applicant is arguing that the money from this site will be used to help with 2 other sports facilities nearby, is that not something that we can consider?
So I think there's a distinction there between talking about the policy issues arising from the loss of the playing field, which, as I say, we're actually consistent with the applicant on that point, but Sport England clearly disagree. And then as part of the overall assessment of the application, suggesting that the use of funds to pay for developments that have already taken place, I think is where things become slightly more challenging, and that's where the advice given by your legal officer at the start of the meeting is quite relevant.
Mr. Weimer.
Just on the Sport England point, and this isn't relevant, it's not directly relevant to this application, but may put a little bit of context. Quite often, a Sport England objection wouldn't really take into account what other sports facilities are being provided. I'm aware of a number of situations where organisations have come in to replace a grass pitch with an artificial 4G pitch, and there's a direct objection from Sport England simply because of the loss of a grass pitch, even though, in my view, the replacement would be a far better use because it gets all almost 24/7 use and is not really dependent on being dry and everything. So it's not always a matter of this is what's being provided. It can quite often be a almost academic objection from Sport England through because of the loss of a particular facility rather than what's being provided elsewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Anybody else?
Again. Can somebody tell me why the report keeps referring, specifically on pages 19, that we are a coastal settlement? We're nowhere near a coast. I know it feels like it on Dartmoor occasionally, but we're not near a coast. So why do we get banded in as if we are, please?
that may be a question that Mr. Baker's best placed to answer, simply because that's come from his consultation response. But that, in effect, the part of the report you're referring to is itself a quotation from another appeal.
Mr. Baker, do you wish to comment?
Exactly that, Chair, thank you. It's a quote directly taken from an appeal which was in Kingsbridge, which is a coastal town, but it specifically dealt with the issue of Policy Dev 8 and housing mix. So it was a direct quote from the decision. So rather than take it out and kind of lose the degree of context in the paragraph, it's been offered as a whole.
Councillor Ewing.
May I just add that we are not South Hams, we are West Devon.
Thank you, Councillor Ewings. Understood and accepted. The decision was there because we apply all of the policies in the policy area, which do apply across South Hams and West Devon in the same way. So the way that the Planning Inspectorate has considered and applied Policy Dev 8 is just as pertinent to that application as it is to this one.
Okay, is that it then, ladies and gentlemen? Councillor Mott.
If I may, Chair, can I ask, please, if the Heritage Officer is going to speak, or whether I do that through Mr. Stroud?
Through you, Chair. I believe my role here is to answer any questions which may arise. So I don't plan to speak unless I can add to the debate.
In that case, then, can I ask, please, the extent of the curtilage for the Grade 2 building, and with the restoration of the parkland, to what extent is that going to be public open space?
In terms of the extent of curtilage, that would be the boundary with the road, all of the historic land that went with the property at the time of its construction. So in terms of protection, though, only physical structures are protected. So that would include the walls of the walled garden, the gate piers and walls at the entrance. They would be caught by the listing as curtilage structures. The other issues relate more to setting than to curtilage. So curtilage relates in legal terms to physical structures primarily. So when we're talking about the parkland is part of the setting, which is a slightly different aspect of the considerations. Oh, and in terms of public open space, I don't believe there is any intention for it to be public open space. It's for the use of residents, is my understanding, but I'm sure others can elaborate on that.
Are you saying use for residents? Is that the potential resident of the main house or the potential residents of the entire development?
That would be down to the management company of any prospective developer to decide who may use that land. What we sought to do as officers was to ensure that there was an element of control over that parkland immediately in front of the house by whoever may in future own the house, because the idea of having a substantial and very desirable listed property that was designed to have its parkland to then have essentially a playing field in front of it might not be the best use. However, if that land were to be in the ownership of the house, but the management agreement was to say that it could be used by other residents, that would be absolutely fine. But that would be something for much further down the line.
Thank you.
Mr. Stroud, do you have any comments on that?
No, it's effectively been answered by Mr. Lawrence. My understanding is that the intention is for the latter option, that it would be conveyed with Hazelden property. But of course, if members you were minded to grant permission, then that's something that would be explored further through conditions and 106 agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Waken.
Thank you. Could you confirm, is this a brownfield site?
Yes.
That was short and sweet.
Yes, Councillor. I mean, as set out in the report, it meets the legal and policy definitions of previously developed land.
Okay. Is that it for this gentleman at this moment in time? Right, thank you very much. We'll move on then to the first speaker from outside, Mr. Hollingshead from the school governors. Would you like to come forward, please? If you come up onto the side here. Okay, so you have 3 minutes, and you'll probably get a warning from Mrs. Wall when you've got 30 seconds left. So, on you go.
Thank you. Notwithstanding the longevity of this application and the complex, in some cases, disputed planning policy arguments, we believe that your decision today is actually quite a simple one. And that decision is this. Do the benefits of preserving a significant building with beautiful landscaping, which restores the original 1830s setting of Hazelden House, do those benefits outweigh any of the limited policy objections, some of which, as I say, remain in dispute? We believe that our scheme, which relates to a site which is previously developed land, complies with policy, as indeed we have evidenced in the recent letter sent to you all. Importantly, the site sits at the main gateway to the town. Indeed, the Welcome to Visitors sign is located immediately opposite, and when our scheme has been completed, it will represent a significant statement and endorsement of the town's attachment to its heritage. In that respect, I cannot stress enough that this scheme, which is limited to 10 new houses, designed in terms of heritage by your own heritage officer, is the only viable scheme which will ensure preservation of that listed building. I stress the viability point because Mount Kelly is an educational charity and so risks being in breach of that status if any funding other than for minimal repairs is spent on Hazelden House. In that scenario, bearing in mind its rapidly deteriorating condition made worse by recent vandalism, the listed building will simply not be preserved. Please remember, the listing was applied for by this council with no prior warning or consultation with Mount Kelly and without any consideration of its consequences, one of which was that the school's bank borrowing for the 50-metre Olympic pool had been arranged on a false premise. Nevertheless, heritage, I stress, plays a huge part within the school, and this application totally endorses that. Tavistock is a very attractive market town with some significant and lovely heritage buildings, not least those on the main Mount Kelly campus. Surely that character must be supported. The benefits of a consent for this application are very far-reaching. It will benefit the school, of course it will, but the school also provides and will continue to provide considerable community and public benefit. Your consent today will be a win for the site, a win for Mount Kelly, but most importantly, a win for the town and its heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would you like to stay seated for a minute, please, just in case there's any questions? Members of the committee, any questions for this gentleman? Councillor Wakeham.
Morning. Could you tell us the difference the listing has made to Hazelden House?
Yes, you have to bear in mind the the listing was only made in January, or the application was only made in January 2018, literally 2 weeks before the original planning application for this site, which was very different and was in fact for 100+ houses. And that application had been made and the site earmarked for 100 houses at the instance of this council, because it was, in spite of what's been said previously, there was a linkage to the provision of the 50-metre Olympic pool. And that wasn't just a Mount Kelly application. That was an application that was done in very, very close liaison with this authority. And in fact, officers from this council attended every single meeting that we had, and there were a considerable number with Sport England in order to get that 50-metre pool. But that 50-metre pool, as officers and other representatives of this council were made fully aware, because Sport England insisted on that pool being a community asset, not just an asset for the school. We have a community use agreement which actually ensures that we are obliged to provide a minimum of 60% community use. So it was a community project. It wasn't just a Mount Kelly project. And that would not have gone ahead unless we'd have been able to borrow the money to actually provide the infrastructure for that pool at a cost of between £5 and £6 million. So we went initially with open arms to this council, to the planning department, and said, can you help?
Excuse me, I think we're getting into irrelevant areas at the moment. I'd like to hold it there. Devon, you wish to speak.
So I didn't mean to interrupt you, but yes, please. Members, you've heard a lot here about things that are irrelevant to the determination of this application. The application that you are considering is the application that's before you. You are not considering or having regard to any of the history that has led up to this application. The circumstances have changed considerably since the previous in the intervening years. You have a joint local plan which sets out the planning policies, and as I said right at the beginning, in considering this application you have to have regard to those policies and you have to determine the application in accordance with those policies unless other material considerations determine or suggest otherwise. The economic benefits are tangential to the determination of this application. There's no guarantee that they will be delivered or that their monies will be used in the particular way it's being suggested. As I said, to be a material consideration, there has to be some connection with the application and the use and development of the land in question. Thank you.
Councillor Mann.
I just wanted to ask a question around what we talked about a little earlier, which was around the use of the parkland. What's your understanding of how it would work in this development? Would the whole development be able to access the parkland, or is that only within the control of the house?
Yes, as Mr. Lawrence quite correctly pointed out, if the decision of a management company, if that was what was formed, and there's no guarantee that would be the way it went, but if that was done, then certainly yes, it could be used. But I thought, and perhaps Mr. Lawrence will correct me on this, I thought we'd already agreed that we would have a Section 106 agreement where we would actually be obliged to make sure that that was the situation.
Through you, Chair. Yes, as per my comments, which are included in the report, we would expect the control of that landscape to be secured via a 106 agreement. As I said previously, our strong preference would be for the House to have control, but if they, in that control, accept light ownership, light use by other residents for perhaps dog walking or other such activities, then that would be a matter for the management company.
And the school would fully support that, and very happy to enter into conditions in a section 106 to make sure that happens.
Thank you. Any more questions? Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your time. No other registered speakers on this one. Yes, carry on, Mr. Wyman.
I'd just like to make one comment before we go into debate. I know what the speaker said, but just as a general rule, any owner of a listed building has a statutory obligation to maintain that listed building. So if any owner of a listed building let that fall, and Mr. Lyons needs to add anything he can, any owner who lets a listed building fall into a significant disrepair, we are able to serve listed building repairs notices on the owners to make sure that the building is kept in a reasonable condition. Perhaps reasonable is the wrong word, but can't just let it fall down.
Councillor Renders.
Before we go into debate, if I could, probably Mr. Weimer actually had just a question that I thought about earlier on and didn't ask. It could be the case officer, and it's in respect to the fact that obviously and I understand the reason behind the fact that there is no affordable housing on the site, given its layout, given the historical elements of it. But would it normally be a case where if there was a development where there was no affordable housing on it, given the fact that we've agreed within our policies that there should be a certain percentage? Sorry. Okay. Is that better? Okay. What did you not hear then? Okay, I've lost my track now. My question was about affordable housing. Obviously, given the site that I understand the reason why there was no proposed for development on there, but is it not normal that if that is the case, that maybe through a 106 agreement that there would normally be a contribution of sort towards that? And I noticed in the notes on here that we hadn't asked for that for whatever reason, and it was just confused me slightly. I know I've come into this quite late, but it was just...
Probably best from the case officer.
Of course, yeah. I think the simple answer is there's a threshold at which point you would seek contributions. This is not an application that meets that threshold because there is only a net gain of 10 units.
So it's more of a sorry, through you, Chair. So it's more based on the number of units rather than the actual cost of said units, given the fact that these are bigger, nicer, more expensive houses. Therefore, the revenue from these would be probably the equivalent of double if we were going, or triple if we were doing a smaller build. So it's numbers rather than amounts then.
Yeah, so the policy requirement for affordable housing kicks in on the basis of the number of units proposed.
Has your question been answered?
It's 10 bangers rather than 10 normal houses.
It's been brought to my attention that Councillor Mann wishes to speak on behalf as the ward member. Bit of a late entry.
Sorry, I'm speaking as a ward member because actually none of the other ward members that are available for Tavistock North, and so I'm going to try and be fairly neutral in presenting that. What I would say is, obviously, we've got on our records a lot of the issues that I've heard from people in town about this site. I think the objections and the support that's there is basically what I've been hearing. The main thing that I thought I could add was that when I talk to people about the site around town and I ask them about what their thoughts have been, when I ask them, would you like to live there, they all say yes. So what I'm suggesting is that sometimes, you know, when we talk about applying all of the policies, one of the questions that I have for people is what kind of housing, what kind of place would you like to live? And when they actually know about this development and look at it from the perspective of their own personal opinions, that's what they've been saying to me. I know that that's not a material planning consideration, and we have to make the decision based on the material planning consideration, but I don't think I'd be representing the views of my ward if I didn't put that forward.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Any other questions? Councillor Guthrie.
Just in answer to that, I'd say that lots of people would like to live in nice places with lots of green space around them, and not everybody can afford it. So although it may not be material because we're dealing with this application, I think some consideration for a mix of housing would be a key factor on this site.
Okay, that's the end of the speakers, so we're now into debate, folks. Any debate on this application? Go on, Councillor Ewing, you're obviously dying to say something.
You're all looking at me. I would like to say that at this stage, having listened to much of the things that are said and comments, I think one of the things that we really need to do is to protect the local character and distinctiveness of Hazelden House. If by granting this application, that means the applicants can then afford to do the work, and I wrote on my notes that if it was granted, that actually it needs careful scheduling of when we would expect Hazelden to be refurbished, redeveloped, etc. Once maybe 2 properties are done or something, so it actually gets done, not all the new houses and Hazelden left to rot. So that and the walled garden properties need to be quite high up the list, but I respect that people need to have made money first. I think the dwelling size and housing mix not being the correct mix, etc. We've already discussed that actually on a property like this, there's only certain types of house you could have. If this was on an estate, then you would have the housekeeper, you know, the lodge, the keeper's lodge, and all those sort of properties that would go alongside a property within this sort of parkland area, and it probably would have been larger in days gone by. So when we're told that this isn't the correct mix, my mind immediately goes to Plymouth Road, where we're also getting no contributions towards social housing. And if anybody can tell me that's the correct mix, as I think I said at the meeting at the time, I'd be gungered in. So yes, this may be deemed an exclusive development, but maybe it may attract parents who want to send their children to the school along the road who may want to relocate here. So it would bring economic benefits. I dispute that there's no economic benefits related from Mount Kelly to Hazelden. There clearly is, because Mount Kelly owns Hazelden. Hazelden was the prep school. At one point it was called St Michael's. It then became Kelly Prep. So there is a continuous link between that settlement. And that's it.
Thank you.
Others can do more.
Mr. Render, Councillor Renders.
Okay. I'm sorry. Hang on. Okay. As I said earlier on, I came into this incredibly late, and I looked at this with probably different eyes to everybody else, and not aware of all the stuff that happened previously. And I read the report from the officer, and the first question I wrote down in here was, why is this called in? Because I could see no reason for it to be called in, because it seemed an open and shut case as you look at these things without being fully predetermined, because obviously I've got to be careful and open-minded. I have wavered quite a bit now that we're sat here, and I'm moving more towards, I'm never averse to going against an officer's view on this, but I'm not sure whether they've proved enough whether or not I go with the original assessment that the pros don't outweigh the cons on this one. So I'm a bit on the fence now, but I have moved a lot closer, and it was a lot more interesting hearing everybody's verdicts on this one. But as I say, initially, I just looked at it and thought, I don't understand why we were even looking at this, given the amount of negative that was in the report. I'm still going to listen to everybody else's debate to make my final decision on this one.
Councillor Jury.
Thank you, Chair. I think perhaps I might start by trying to address the questions raised by the last two speakers. So Plymouth Road, as I understand it, I don't think you could say that meets Dev 8 as it stands, but this committee agreed to that, well, to one of the proposals that have been put forward on the basis of the gain that would result from the extra care facility. The other application that was put forward subsequently went to appeal, and the appeal was upheld on the basis of the gain coming from employment land. So I think there's a precedent there for something not meeting Dev 8, which does provide us with other benefits. And in this instance, I particularly see that as being the benefit of reinstating this parkland and resolving the difficulties with the listed building. And I take it completely from the officer's perspective that that is neutral and cancels each other out. I think to answer the second question raised by Councillor Renders, I think there are a lot of reasons why this has been called in subject to the proposal for refusal. And I can see many of them. I don't think that if this generally was a greenfield isolated site in open countryside, we'd be even sitting here. It would be refused. I have no doubt about that. But it's not. It's now been acknowledged as being an area that's been previously developed, and even referred to now as a brownfield site. So that, to my mind, meets some of the criteria laid out in some of the policies that are quoted as reasons for refusal. It's also on a main road into the town, and as you drive into the town, the first thing you come past is a great industrial estate that is sat there. I just don't think we can pretend this is in the open countryside. I think the development that's proposed seems to me to be necessary if you want to achieve all the things you want to achieve with the listed building. And in that sense is in scale and in keeping, and is doing the best it can with the hand that it's been dealt. I'm certain that we would not, if we wanted to say this must conform to Dev 8 and we needed a mix of housing on there, I don't think that's ever going to happen, and I don't think it's in the right place for that to happen. So perhaps if I can address also, and I was slightly confused, I think, by Mr. Fairbairn's comments about economic benefit, because if I turn to some of the policies that are quoted as being reasons to not approve this proposal, SPT1, for example, the very first item in SPT1 talks about a sustainable economy where opportunities for business growth are encouraged and supported, and strategically important business economic assets are protected for the purpose of economic activity. So let's make no bones about it. In my view, Mount Kelly is a significant strategic asset for Tavistock. It's a world-renowned institution. It does a huge amount for the economy locally at a time when the high street is struggling. But you see what happens in the high street on most weekends with students walking down there, and days when parents are picking their children up, and services in the church and so on. There's a very definite boost that Mount Kelly gives us to that part of the local economy. The number of people that are employed on this site, the other benefits that it brings in terms of clubs and societies in Tavistock using its facilities in cooperation with other educational institutions, with the cultural events that take place and are supported by Mount Kelly, which I know does a huge amount to get involved in the local community. So I think there are economic benefits, and I think In that sense, I can make a case for SPT1 supporting the application rather than working against it. If you look at SPT2, there are a number of things in SPT2 that are of particular interest, I think. In particular, if I come down a bit, that within SPT2, one of the requirements is to have appropriate level of facilities to meet the identified needs of the local community, including provision of educational and training opportunities, employment uses, healthcare, arts, culture, community facilities, open space, sport and recreation, and place of worship. There's a number of boxes there that Mount Kelly, where its involvement in the community, ticks hugely. So I think you can make a case for SPT2 being met. I think if you look at TTV1, the very first thing in TTV1 deals with the main towns, which includes Tavistock. Tavistock will be prioritised for growth to enable them to continue to thrive, to achieve strong levels of self-containment and provide a broad range of services for the wider area. And if it does nothing else, I think Mount Kelly contributes towards that as well. So I find myself scratching my head a little bit and taking at face value the officer's contention that this is a balanced decision that has been made, but finding myself perhaps with a bit too much of my economic hat on, and I would confess to that, of course, leaning towards the fact that I actually think there's a lot of merits to this proposal. I think we've dealt with TTV 26 to a certain extent, development in the countryside. One of the items within that is secure the use of redundant or disused buildings and brownfield sites for an appropriate use. So again, you can make a case for it meeting that. Dev 8, I think we've talked about, and there's been precedents for that. Dev 23 is about preserving the landscape character, which, looking at this proposal, I think can be met if the right degree of architectural and landscape design appropriate to the landscape context is put in place. So I find myself, I think, contrary to Councillor Renders, scratching my head a little bit and thinking, well, why aren't we doing a bit more to support something that I think is a really important asset within Tavistock, and seeking to approve proposals that will, I have absolutely no doubt, support the business model that Mount Kelly has. And whilst on that note, I think it's no fault of Mount Kelly that it's had to change and adapt to a changing marketplace. It's had to merge with Mount House. It's ended up with effectively a redundant facility that it's now got to find a use for. I think if it weren't a school, if it were a tourist attraction or a manufacturing business that was really important to Tavistock, that had a surplus requirement that it needed to do something with, an asset that it could no longer use, I think we'd be working with them to try and make sure that that asset was put to good use, and that the business, and let's face it, it's an educational charity, but it is also a business, was retained in Tavistock for the benefit of Tavistock. So I think I'm very much leaning towards wanting to disagree with the proposal that's been put forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Mott.
Goodness, how do you follow that? I think the housing mix has already been done to death, so I'm not going to revisit that one. And addressing Councillor Mann's point, while people might like to live there, liking to live there is completely different to being able to live there and being able to afford to do so. It's difficult because I can fully support Councillor Jury's comments with regard to the economic value that the site would have for the school. And there is no doubt at all over the value of the school within the town and indeed the wider area and the economic benefit that it brings. However, as been pointed out within the officer's report, there is actually no economic gain related to the site in question. Using the site as a means to afford to refurbish the main house is not a material reason for us to take into consideration for this application. And like others, I am very much getting splinters at the moment as I'm hovering over which side to swing my feet in the actual decision. So I'm finding it difficult to weigh up the benefits and the pros and cons of either one at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Mott. Mr. Wyman. Any other members? Oh, Councillor Mann.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we haven't talked about very much is about the landscape. One of the things I found very convincing was the idea of this as a entrance site to Tavistock and its importance and the entrance. And I too pass that industrial estate, and that is actually currently the main welcoming point into town as you drive in. And every time I've been doing it lately, I've been thinking about what will it be like if there are houses there on the right, and if there's the open parkland restored. And I actually not sure that it will change a great deal. Based on the way that the landscape is and the way that they're doing the landscaping, quite interestingly, I think although the landscape officer has objected, there's later in the decision where she's pointed out that once the trees have matured, you probably aren't going to be able to see a great deal. So you'd be improving this wonderful heritage asset and you'd be putting all these houses in, which immediately might say something. But actually it fits quite well within my view of when you enter the town. And it's that landscape aspect that then I thought, actually, for me, that benefit of having that development there would be helpful, and it fits with the rest of the Kelly sites. So as you then move on, you get to the school itself, which is always, for me, a fantastic view. It has been since we moved to Tavistock, of the heritage of the town, and it leads into the World Heritage Site. So for me, it seems like that aspect of the landscape questioning makes sense. And I think because it is a brownfield site, we can really distinguish that from any other development in that area. I think that's one of the most important aspects of this particular site. It's something that is going to be, hard to avoid developing because it has a brownfield element to it. And this is a really good version of a development that would help us with the heritage aspect of the site. But I think that particular aspect was helpful to see. And I think that there's a point in which the officer actually kind of contradicted what they said under the policy for the landscape, which, saying this is the actual correct type of development in this landscape type as well, if I'm correct. There's a point where she's mentioned that actually, I know that this is the type of development that should be in this landscape type. For me, that is a really important consideration. There's a couple of representations that point out that aspect of this particular site as well. So I think when we're thinking of it in context, and I think especially the aerial view, where you have the aerial view of all of the surrounding buildings, you can see that it's not isolated at all.
Thank you. Councillor Wakeham, please, first.
Thank you. I think this is a lovely plan, and I think it's going to greatly improve.
Councillor Wakeham, your microphone, please.
It's on, is it? Yeah, you need to speak. Oh, sorry. Is that better? Did you hear what I said before? No. I think this is a really good plan, and it's going to greatly enhance the whole site, and is very important for Hazelden House. I can't find anything negative about it. And just to mention about the private car use, whether you live in the town or out of the town, most people need a car. You can't just not have a car for all sorts of reasons. And it is walkable. If, from the site into town, it's easily walkable. I don't think the private car issue can be used here.
Thank you. Councillor Guthrie.
I'd just like to affirm that I think it's an excellent site to develop. I think it would enhance Tavistock to have Hazelden House restored. I think the landscaping would be excellent if done appropriately. For me, the whole sticking point is you could, with a decent bit of landscaping and proper design work, incorporate some level of affordable housing, because all affordable housing doesn't need to be of poor quality and small with tiny windows. And I think if the project came forward with that consideration or was put down as an amendment, then I definitely think it would be supportable. And I think the whole idea that people can't walk for 20 minutes and some of the things that we say in planning is pretty controversial. And I think that to look at this as a housing mix site is what is most importantly missing. Thank you.
Okay. There's only one thing that I wish to bring up, and that is the cottage down near the road. When we went on the site visit the other day, the ground level there is quite high, and with that particular cottage and the property on the other side of the road, there'd be quite an overlooking issue possibly. It'd be far better if that particular property, should we be minded to approve it, was lowered considerably down to maybe the natural ground level, which would make the site a little bit better for people opposite. That's the only thing, other than what's been brought up here today, that's the only other thing I can think of. Councillor Mann.
Just on that point, because I know we had a discussion a little bit about that height. I did, driving down, notice that all of the houses that are historically along that line seem to be on raised beds as well. I think probably because of the river being there, they must have raised up most of the houses along that line. So I don't think that the height of that is out of line with the houses that follow from the Trout and Tipple down. And so the only thing that I would say is that it's actually in keeping with what is at the entrance to Tavistock. I think mostly because of the floodplain being there, you would have not wanted to build your house at the same level as the road. So I don't think it's, you know, there's only two houses. I think it's the Toll House, which is right on the river, and the pub itself that seem to be down lower. Everything else on the entranceway is up, raised above.
Councillor Ewing. Sorry, you didn't want to speak? No, okay. Anybody else? Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. To my mind, this is a very logical development, and it's very well thought out, and I was quite impressed. Obviously, the criteria that they needed to meet is fairly narrow in a way that it has to be income-based in order to meet certain obligations, and not only the maintaining the heritage of the main house, but also other aspects and community aspects. And it is a really knife-edge decision on this, and I can see the point from both sides. But I'm erring on the side that I quite like this development. I can understand that they have kept the minimum amount of properties or houses on this site, obviously to be below the 10 criteria, and to maximise the income from the larger properties. So I think it actually works very well. So I'm erring on the side of accepting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Wymer, do you wish to speak?
With the greatest respect to a number of points members have made, and I'm not disputing the Councillor Jury's comments around the good work that Kelly do. I'm not disputing that at all. But putting it bluntly, we have planning policies that you've adopted as a council for a reason, and it offers us clear view that the provision of housing here is clearly contrary to your policy. And just because a business does good work shouldn't be material planning reasons to grant housing contrary to policy. That's the first point. A lot is being made of the income or profit from the scheme going to restoration of Hazelden House. Through Historic England guidance, there's a clear mechanism for enabling development that sets out the level of works required, the cost of those works, and the scale of the enabling development required to ensure that the enabling development is commensurate to the works taking place. That hasn't happened in this occasion, and I don't think I'm doing the applicants a disservice to say that they have not said specifically this is entirely to provide the restoration of Hazelden. It is part of it, but it's not the only area that the revenue is going to go to. And my final point is, throughout the debate, I haven't heard anything that sets out why you consider this to be a sustainable location for development. We've heard lots of things about it's good economic development, it's nice development, it doesn't have an impact on the landscape, but I haven't heard anything that sets out why you think this is a sustainable location and therefore is acceptable in planning policy terms. So before you go to any vote on this, then I really think you need to think long and hard about what is the reason for going against the Office of Recommendation and what is your policy reason for potentially approving the application. And if it is minded to approve, then I'd like to come back in terms of where I think we need to be going after that point.
Thank you, Mr. Weimer. Any comments? Councillor Jury.
I may just come back on that. I'm grateful to you for your intervention, Mr. Weimer. Thank you. I don't agree. I sit here and I look at the policies and I read the policies, and front and centre of this, I look at policy SBT1, delivering sustainable development. There's more than one interpretation to the word sustainable. The very first thing is a sustainable economy. And if this was a factory that employed 300 people in Tavistock and it was going to close unless we did something to help it, we'd be running around trying to help it. The second thing on there is a sustainable society. And if you're telling me that Mount Kelly contributes nothing to the society in Tavistock, then it's an important institution. I think I disagree. I think I've thought long and hard about these policies, and I find myself a bit conflicted and sort of thinking about Mr. Fairbairn's points that, am I trying to make the policies match the application? But I don't think I am. I think I'm genuinely, as an amateur but a councillor, trying to understand the policies that we've approved with professional help and apply them to a real life situation. And I think that is guiding my thoughts. So I'm afraid I don't agree.
Mr. Weimer.
Councillor, just on one point, I don't believe I suggested for 1 minute that Kelly doesn't do a lot for the community.
Okay, and that's in the policy that you've asked me to look at and consider. I think that's my point.
Mr. Fairbairn.
Thank you, Chairman. I need to remind members that personal circumstances of applicants generally are not material planning considerations, so the school's particular circumstances are not relevant. The thing I also need to say to you, if you remember when I said it, I was explaining to members of the public how you go about making your decisions. I said that you looked at the development plan as a whole and that there would be things that would pull in different directions and you had to balance it. All I'm hearing is that you're picking on, and so in terms of interpreting development plan policies, you look at those policies as a whole and you give the words their ordinary and natural meaning. What I'm hearing, and certainly what I went on to say, is that you shouldn't give policies, don't say what you think they should say, what you would want them to say. So you should make your decision in accordance with what the policies say, and the policies say as a whole, not simply cherry pick little bits from each little individual policy which you think then fit. You've got to look at what the scheme of the development plan is and how that all fits together.
Councillor Mann.
I'm glad that you've brought up the sustainability thing, because actually I do have a lot of questions around the sustainability of and how that's determined. I mean, I've been doing planning at the parish level for the last 5 years, and it's really always very interesting to me to look at what West Devon has been doing with regard to finding things sustainable or not sustainable. I think we have 2 applications today that this is going to be an issue around. And so I guess what I'd like to say is I found this one to be much more sustainable than the one that we're going to be looking at next, in the sense of it's clearly on a main road. It's an A road. It's actually quite a busy road. It's on a bus route that's regular between there and a central location, for now, a train all the way into London. I regularly walk my dog through town and go up past that site. So I don't think of it in the same way as it's been described in this particular decision. There's been a huge amount of effort put into showing that it isn't sustainable, and using even, I think, appeal decisions about Folly Gate and trying to compare that and the distance, and it seems to me that there was such a level of debate that it's actually quite finely balanced as to whether this is a sustainable site or not. And on that basis, my personal opinion would be that it is sustainable because it's quite walkable and because it has easy access to public transport. And from that perspective, it's also level, which in Tavistock is very unusual. So while it's further distance from town, one of the things that we found in our neighbourhood plan consultation is that people, a lot of older people especially, have a concern about having to walk up and down hills, and so a 30-minute walk on flat walk into town would be preferable for many people. So that is a different consideration, and it's similar to the sort of arguments around how many rooms do you need. I think there's sometimes a planning version of these things, and then there's a real life version of these things. And in real life, to me, this site is very easy to justify from a sustainability provision. And also, I think the application and looking at the documents and what they're doing around solar panels and all of and we haven't really talked about the actual design of the homes, but they have done a great deal of work to make this a sustainable development in that sense, which also goes towards its sustainability as a whole as a development. So I accept that the officers have said this, and I am concerned about it from the perspective of, I think there are some sites on that end that may not be as sustainable. But I also, having looked at Tavistock Parish for the last 5 years, realized that, that connection going north right now to the railway in Oakhampton means that those cars or those people may not have to go through town and create less traffic through the town if that's the direction that they're headed for work. People who move here tend to be from the southeast and in early retirement and often have jobs that allow them to work remotely, so they do need those extra rooms. All of these things for me mean that it probably is quite sustainable. And I think the argument that somebody can't walk two kilometers because that would be unsustainable is a strange position to take when, if you look at, I think, the Herdwick golf course decision that was made, that found that was sustainable, which is in the middle of a field in the middle of nowhere with no bus route that passes by. And we still, this council supported that as a sustainable house development. And again, that was a brownfield site. And so for me, I think there seems to me to be a lot of wiggle room in what's sustainable. And I think this is and could be argued to be sustainable on the basis that I've just put.
Councillor Ewing.
I'd just like to add, when we received this, it's got key issues for consideration. And I went through the report, and most of those are addressed within the report with either not an issue, neutral view, design trees and landscape, I've written okay, because that's what it basically says. Affordable housing, agreed, not needed. Loss of playing fields, mixed views, Sports England think playing fields are. Previously developed land, that's been agreed. So it had been agreed. And going back to Mr. Weimer's point just now that nobody has brought up about Devon TTV 26, I'm really struggling to see how this is in the countryside. I really do struggle. I can see some of the things that were quoted, Wilminstone, for example, that is in the middle of the countryside. It's got the most horrendous lanes to it. This comes down onto a main road that is a busy road. We talk about walking, but actually to cycle a flat route, I think nearly everyone would be grateful in Tavistock for that, because as Councillor Mann has said, you're lucky if there's any flat bits in Tavistock. And I'm really struggling to see what you're asking us to look for, Mr. Weimer, because we've talked about it in questions and in debate about development in the open countryside, protecting the special characteristics and role of the countryside. Sorry, I've drifted because I'm reading as well. Sorry, Mr. Stroud, did you hear?
Yes, I heard all that, yeah.
And I am just really struggling when Mr. Weimer is asking us out of TTV 26 where this policy, this application falls down, because I have read it and I don't even consider most of it relevant because it's talking about farming and all the rest of it. This is a previous brownfield site. So that is where my struggle is what you're asking us to look at, Mr. Weimer.
Weimer.
I'll answer one of the points and then I'll probably deflect to the case officer, to be honest. The bottom line is, very bad use of terms, I'll take that face back. The fact that a site is previously developed land doesn't necessarily mean that then it's automatic. You can get planning permission for it. And I think in most cases, if you had another scenario where you had previously developed land in the middle of nowhere, I don't think any member would say it's previously developed land, therefore the principle of a residential site is acceptable. So the fact that it's previously developed land doesn't automatically mean it gets a residential permission. In terms of the rest of your question around TTV 26, if Mr. Stroud could come back on that, I'd be grateful.
Yes, of course. Only really to say, Councillor Ewings, that as set out in the report, you're quite right that a number of the criteria within that policy don't apply, but clearly others that are relevant speak of a need for the development in question to be so sited in a countryside location. And that really gets to the point of the new dwellings that are proposed, which is why officers feel that there's a breach, because this is, in officers' view, in my view, this is a site that is in the countryside because in accordance with TTV1, it is beyond the discernible built-up area of the town. And in those circumstances, notwithstanding what the first part of TTV1 says, which obviously Councillor Jury rightly pointed out, the end part says that where you are in the countryside, you should only really be looking to approve in exceptional circumstances, and that includes consideration of policy TTV 26. But all of this gets to the basic point that you were taken to at the start, and by the legal officer and Mr. Weimer has repeated, is that you're standing back here and you're looking at the plan as a whole, and there will be push-pull factors. This scheme will accord with certain policies of the plan, but in officer's view, it breaches other policies of the plan. And in those circumstances, you're looking at the nature and extent of those policy compliances and breaches to reach a view overall whether there is compliance of the plan or not. And as the report makes clear at the end, I mean, this is a finely balanced decision, but ultimately, there is not accordance with the plan, and material considerations don't indicate that you should not follow the plan in this case. Obviously, your decision now is a difficult one. You've got to decide whether it accords with the plan or not. If you agree that it doesn't, you've really got to undertake that balance and really clearly find reasons why there are material planning considerations that suggest the plan shouldn't be followed.
Mr. Weimer.
Apologies, members. I probably should know this, but I'm going to have to defer to Mr. Stroud in respect of a comment that Councillor Mann made. I absolutely accept that it's on a bus route, but my reading of the report is that the information we had from county was, whilst it's on a bus route, the buses that go on that route wouldn't have the capacity to use an additional stop. Have I misread that, or is that the case?
So my reading of the Highway Authority's comments were that the utility of the new bus stop was somewhat questionable, given the likely level of patronage and whether a bus would be able to afford a stop there, notwithstanding that these services are not perhaps so regular to be relied upon consistently. I think that was effectively the thrust of the highway comment. Clearly, if you planned your journeys well, you could catch a bus, but notwithstanding that, the service itself is limited to the extent that whether or not it can and would stop is another matter.
I'd like to ask a quick question regarding the bus service. Is it a hail-in service or a fixed stop service? In other words, like a lot of the bus services in this area, if you stand on the side of the road and put your hand up, the bus will stop and pick you up.
I mean, I don't know the particular procedures of the bus service in question, but there is a fixed stop currently at Kelly College, and it would propose that there is a set down point as part of this application as well. So an actual stop that would be part of a timetable.
Thank you. Councillor Wakeham.
I'd just like to address sustainability again, and just say that, it is not, the development is not on agricultural land, it is not on AONB land, and it is a brownfield site. So to me, that's sustainable. Sorry.
Mr. Weimer.
I was going to try and summarise the points I've heard. In terms of it being a sustainable location, this is coming from, again, a combination of councillors Jury, Mann, Ewings and Wakeham. So I think you're saying it's finely balanced, but you consider it sustainable because it's not in the countryside, it's on a bus route, and it's relatively easy level walking into the town centre. I think they are points you can take forward. The points I am less comfortable with is it's sustainable because it's on a main road. Because if you take that to the silly or ridiculous end, you could then be saying any site along the A30 is a sustainable site because it's on the main road, and I don't believe that's a point you would take forward. I think it's more around its proximity. I think that's right. I think your case is it's more around the proximity to the town rather than it's on a main road. So I think I would add some caution around it's on the main road. With the greatest respect to Councillor Wakeham, I think the fact that it's outside Area B doesn't necessarily mean the fact that it's outside the national landscape, it's probably going to take me years to get away from calling that AONBs no longer AONBs, but the fact that it's outside the national landscape, I don't believe that in itself makes it sustainable. I think it means that it's perhaps a more preferable site than something within the national landscape. That I would agree, but I don't believe that in itself makes it sustainable. I think the three elements you've got are, in your view, not a view that officers share, but in your view, you don't view this as countryside, it's viewed as part of the town. It's on a bus route and it's comfortable level walking into the town centre. I don't necessarily share that view, obviously. I absolutely support the officer's recommendation, but I think those are the three points that you are making in terms of why it's sustainable.
Thank you. Any other debate? I must admit, I am torn with this one myself. I can't make up my mind at this moment in time. Okay, if debate has come to an end, we'll take the motion. I propose that we approve the officer's refusal. Seconder? Show of hands, please.
That's 5, Chair.
Thank you. Those against?
That's 5, Chair.
This brings it down to me. I voted against it, so I've got to set my second vote against it, I'm afraid. On the discussion today, I have to go with that. Reluctantly, but yes, at this stage of time. Okay. Move on to the next application. Unless you've got anything you wish to say? Okay. By request of the councillors, a 5-minute break, and I mean 5 minutes. Comfort break. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll reconvene now and move on to the next application, which is 0107 Bleak 22 OPA, a site of the development at Lamerton. And I invite the officer to give their presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Again, point of housekeeping, this application also received a letter of representation after the publication of the report, which I understand was copied to members. Again, in officer's view, this doesn't raise any new substantive issues that aren't already covered in the officer report. So this application is an outline planning application for 19 dwellings. It's an outline application with all matters reserved, save for... Apologies, is there a...
Excuse me a minute. Councillor Matt Ewing, what were you...
I can't see some of it, but also there's quite a few subs on here today. We haven't seen the letter of representation. Oh,
Devon.
I mean, the case officer will I mean, he's a very late rep, and so the case officer will summarise as to whether it has any particular, brings any new matters into the play.
All right, thank you. Okay, carry on, please.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Chair. And I'm not sure what you can't see, Councillor Ewings, but I'm only describing the application description at the moment, so I haven't progressed beyond the first slide, but I'll do that now for you. So the description of development is an outline scheme for 19 dwellings. All matters are reserved, save for the access into the site and associated infrastructure. This is the red-lined extent of the site, so the application site area. It amounts to just over 1.5 hectares. It's relevant to note that it doesn't extend all the way to the western end, nor does it extend all the way to the eastern end, which is where the flood zone is. So strictly speaking, all the development will be taking place within the red-lined area. A couple of dwellings to note. So we have a dwelling here to the east. That's physically the closest dwelling to the application site that you will have no doubt seen on your site visit. Probably the dwelling with the closest visual connection to the site is Green Hill Bungalow. You'll see some photos of that later. And then also Foxglove Cottage, which is a Grade 2 listed building. So obviously it's incumbent upon you, in accordance with your legal duties, to have special regard to the preservation of the setting and significance of that building. This is well, it's a historic England screenshot, so I was a bit premature there, which just identifies the Foxglove Cottage, so you can see it for the avoidance of doubt. This is an aerial view, again just seeing the site just as a point of reference. You've got a veteran oak tree here, which has a TPO on it. The properties that I mentioned earlier are along here. There's the bungalow. And the dwelling that's closest to the site, at least physically. And the reason I say closest is because, if you recall, the red line for the development area stops about here, and the listed building is here. Obviously, this is a site that is well connected to the settlement of Lamerton. On Green Hill, obviously you've got the village hall and playing fields here. Access, well, you can just about see the label for the primary school there off to the east. The topography of the site is relevant because obviously it is a steeply sloping site, which moves from quite steeply from west to east, but also then to an extent from north to south as well. And again, just for reference, you've got the veteran oak. There is an existing field gate access here. I would also point out there is another access into the agricultural fields beyond, just here as well. As I mentioned, this is a scheme where access is for approval at this stage as part of an outline planning permission if granted. So this is the proposed access. It's got visibility splays of 33 metres, which is in accordance with the manual for streets. This is set slightly offset from the existing field gate access, which would effectively be narrowed up and form a pedestrian, additional pedestrian access into the site. As we'll cover at the end, the access has been considered by the local highway authority, who raised no objections. This is the landscape master plan, because, as I say, this is an outline scheme, so matters of scale, layout, landscaping and appearance of the development would follow at a later reserved matters application stage. This landscape master plan is important because in accordance with the recommendation, this would be an approved drawing such that the future development would be expected to generally accord with the principles that are on this plan. And fundamentally that provides for obviously the access into the site here, but making a feature of the veteran oak to protect it, keeping a clear landscaped buffer from the listed building, and also pulling the development back from the northern boundary so that it is less visible from public vantage points. As I'll cover later on, I don't think anyone's denying that the scheme won't be visible, but these are controls that could be put into place to limit the impacts of the development going forward. And then as well as flood, obviously outside the flood zone here, there's SUDS features proposed, and then the development blocks would be in this location here. This is an illustrative layout, and I stress illustrative, that has tried to engage with the principles in that landscape master plan. This was considered to be generally acceptable by the landscape officer, although the tree officer had a bit of concern due to the proximity of some of the southern dwellings to the existing hedge and tree line. Obviously, given the illustrative nature of this scheme, that's something that could be adequately dealt with at the reserved matters stage. And actually, before I move on to the photos, I should stress, and I was going to cover this at the end, but probably better to do it from the outset. Obviously, this is a scheme that's driven with an intention to meet local affordable housing need. So as part of this proposal, although as it is an outline scheme for 19 dwellings, it's a scheme that would be providing 10 affordable units at a mix of 7 social rent and 3 shared ownership. 5 open market dwellings, 2 self-build market dwellings, and then additionally another 2 self-build dwellings, but they would be additionally restricted by a local connection criteria and also a market discount of 20% below market value, which is typically what you would expect for an affordable housing product. There's little more that can be said about the application in that regard so far as it's proposed, because it's an outline scheme. So I'll move on to some photos. This is Green Hill looking down towards the site access. Obviously, it's important to recognise that currently Green Hill is used for on-street parking. And there's another photograph. This is closer down to and looking at and towards the proposed point of access into the site. Obviously, officers are not going to suggest that there would be no landscape removal if this scheme were to be built out, because evidently that would be required to facilitate the visibility displays. Additionally, there may be knock-on impacts for the displacement of parking that tends to park there at the moment, notwithstanding that obviously the existing field gate entrance would no longer be an access. These are additional photos, though, because I think it might be helpful, and obviously if there are local speakers, they can probably speak to this issue better based on their own anecdotal experiences. But I think there is a natural ebb and flow to the extent to which this part of Green Hill is used for parking. This was taken a couple of days later, and also when I visited in the winter, it was a similar situation. But as I say, don't want to take away from the fact that there may be an element of displaced parking as part of this scheme. These are some photographs from within the site. Obviously, members, you were there and looked at it. This is to the western end of the site, looking eastwards towards the main body of the village. You can just about make out the tower of the church. looking down, as I say, towards the main body of the village. Here's an existing shed stable type building that's near the field access. This is a similar position, but slightly stepped back and to the north, because again, I think it's helpful to recognise that, as I say, the site area is going to be visible, hence the importance of the landscape master plan in trying to pin the development back and close to Green Hill, because obviously if we can see this road, then users of that road as part of their kinetic experience will be able to see the site. This is from a similar position outside of the site, but within the field parcel per se, looking at Green Hill Bungalow. And obviously you can make out the development across the other side of Green Hill. This is slightly further down into the site, looking back up at Green Hill Bungalow. And further down again, we're now reaching the sort of the northeastern corner of the site. As a point of reference, again, here's that TPO tree, the veteran oak. And as you'll recall, as part of the landscape master plan, the development would be fixed as being sited to the south of that tree, so to the left of the tree on this picture. This is more centrally similar position on the eastern side of the site. You can make out the dwelling that is most physically related in distance terms to the built aspects of the site here, looking up towards the existing field gate entrance. This is on the southeastern boundary, again looking up. Just helpful members obviously to note the change in levels. I've added a couple of slides here from the submitted landscape and visual assessment that were considered by your landscape officers. I think this is helpful because, again, I don't think there can or should be any shying away from the fact that this is a scheme that will be visible. It's a question of to what extent it can acceptably assimilate itself within its setting. This is looking westwards towards the site. Again, members, if you use the tree as a visual reference point, you'll be able to get a feel for where the development would sit. Likewise, this is further up the hill looking back. Again, you can see the site here. That's at a distance of just under 400 metres, with the school just on your right here in the picture. And then additionally, from the footpath looking back across the site, you've got Green Hill Bungalow, the oak tree there, again, that point of reference. So the development would be sited across here. The key and principal objective, obviously, as part of the landscape master plan, is to minimise those public views and to try and accord with the existing spatial grain. So, members, in terms of key issues, obviously this has been a controversial application. There's been a significant amount of supportive comment and also objection. And a lot of this relates to the principle of the development proposed. As I mentioned earlier, this is a scheme that has been prepared and driven on the basis of meeting a local need for affordable housing, and that's in accordance with your policy TTV 27. So there is no debate here that this is a site within the countryside because it is outside of the discernible built-up area. And in accordance with policy TTV1, there is an expectation that development in such locations would not be approved. However, there is an exception policy, and that is TTV 27, and that is effectively a rural exception site policy for affordable housing. There are 4 limbs to the policy, which you'll see are worked through in the report. First and foremost, first and third limbs of the policy are important because they firstly state categorically you've got to be meeting a need locally for affordable housing. I believe the affordable housing officers here today who might be able to assist with explaining that further, but for the reasons given in the report it would. And likewise with the third limb, that affordable housing would be managed to ensure that that need would be met in perpetuity. That then leaves the second and the fourth limb. The second limb has clearly given rise to a lot of debate. Hence, the applicant has sought the council opinion on this matter, and the proper interpretation, bearing in mind that the interpretation of policy is a matter of law, not a matter of planning judgment, that the interpretation of the policy is such that the mix of housing, when it turns on there being no more than 40% of the scheme being open market housing, that there is a distinction between open market housing and market housing products, so that essentially, and this members is slightly confusing, so we may need to work our way through this in the report in due course, that the mix proposed by the applicant, which is only that which is necessary to make it stack up in viability terms, comprises a mix of affordable and market housing products, which amounts to more than 60% of the scheme. And the fourth limb being that there must be accordance with all other relevant policies of the plan. And as we'll work through now with the rest of the key issues, that limb is also considered to be satisfied. Landscape character and appearance, there is no objection from your landscape officer, and that ultimately through an iterative process has rested on the importance of the landscape master plan that I showed earlier, and the need to accord with its principles in order to ensure that the policy objectives are satisfied. In heritage terms, there's not considered to be any harm to the listed building to the southwest, albeit, however, even if taking a prudent stance you thought there were a level of harm that would be less than substantial, in officers' view, that harm would be outweighed by the public benefits of the scheme, being as they are very weighty, because they're driven by a need to satisfy affordable housing need. Highways, this is, as I mentioned earlier, in respect to the access, something that's been looked at by the local highway authority. They raise no objection in relation to safe and suitable access or traffic flow. They confirm within their response that they have also visited the site as well, and still maintain no objection. Residential amenity is a matter that would be effectively reserved for consideration at a later date, albeit the illustrative master plan indicates how a scheme could be put forward that would maintain amenity for future proposed and existing occupiers. Flood risk and drainage, there is no objection from the Environment Agency, nor is there an objection from the lead local flood authority. Again, ecology and biodiversity, 10% BNG overall is capable of being secured, but that would be a 106 matter. Likewise, in relation to planning obligations and infrastructure, this scheme would be delivering and meeting all of the requests set out by consultees, and that includes contributions towards allotments, equipped play, sports facilities, and secondary transport, and of course the Tamar European site contribution. So overall, and in the round, members looking at the planning balance and conclusion, where this scheme essentially accords with policy TTV 27 and naturally and necessarily accords with all other policies of the plan, this is considered to accord with the development plan in its totality, and therefore the national policy would direct that you should approve this without delay, subject to the heads of terms, obligations and planning conditions that have been recommended. I would, however, Chair, with your permission, add an additional condition. This is only on the basis of, I understand, discussion relating to levels that might have occurred on the site visit. Strictly speaking, whilst earthworks are particularised within the statutory definition of landscaping, it might be prudent, if members are minded to accept the officer recommendation, to add a condition requiring that existing and finished and proposed floor levels and site levels are included within the reserved matter submission. So on that basis, members, the recommendation is one of approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions of the officer? Councillor Vachon.
Thank you, Chair. Oops, losing my glasses here. Yes, on the plan we've got on the screen now, there's the buffer zone to the left of the actual development area. What exactly is going to happen with that buffer zone? Is that going to be any part of it, or is it going to be protected in the future?
Apologies, I was on mute. Short answer, yes. So through the Section 106 legal agreement, there is a need to secure 10% biodiversity net gain. That can only be achieved if using that land to the west. So it would be given over for that purpose, and the land will be acquired by the developer.
Thank you.
Councillor Ewing.
May I just ask, it was something that came up at the end of the site visit about the farmer wanting to maintain use of the land, and I see the cows going from the site across the field and over through the housing. That isn't what is planned, is it? Has he got gates elsewhere? Because I thought the talk was there was no other gate.
Oh, apologies. I think I pointed out earlier there's an existing field gate access, yeah. And you can't. If I were to go back to the illustrative master plan, you'll see that that's proposed to be retained. I mean, ultimately, this is a matter between the landowner and the applicant, but there is an agreement in place that access would be maintained so that he could get into that field if necessary, or she.
Thank you.
Weimer.
Just to add something for Councillor Vashon's question. When land is set aside, that's probably not the right term, but when land is being used for biodiversity net gain, as part of that, there has to be maintained as such for a minimum period of 30 years, so that buffer zone isn't just that this is the biodiversity net gain there, it's done, line drawn under it. We have to have monitoring plans for the next 30 years to ensure that biodiversity net gain is maintained. So it's not a short-term solution.
Thank you for that.
Yes, Councillor Mann.
I just have a procedural question around how this application is coming forward. And this is just because my understanding is that this development hasn't had any of those things agreed. Is that there's no Section 106 already negotiated, is it? So while we're looking at this in the whole, at this moment in time, there's nothing, once we've established the development as a principle of the development, you would then need to go, can you just explain that process?
Oh, of course, I apologise, Councillor. So you would, in effect, today be resolving to grant planning permission if you accepted the officer recommendation, subject to the heads of terms that are at the top of the report, and the planning conditions proposed subject to the additional one I mentioned about levels. What would then happen is officers would work with the applicant to secure the necessary Section 106 legal agreement that would tie down and secure all of those obligations, and only once that agreement is completed would outline planning permission be granted. So you, in effect, Councillor, if members are resolved to support the officer recommendation and agree with it, you're giving the green light for that work to commence and complete and get permission issued.
Well, just for clarification, members, if once officers started that negotiation, we were unable to secure any of those heads of terms, the application would come back to this committee to redetermine, because if approved, you've approved it subject to these things, and if those things don't take place, then the application would come back to you for further consideration.
Just to be clear then, the heads of terms specify affordable housing as required by housing team, including provision of self-builds and controls for discount sale and local connection on relevant plots. But it doesn't go into the level of detail that's in the actual application or described by the application. So am I correct in understanding that if they just comply with what the housing team has asked them on affordable housing during that negotiation, that could all change from what's actually here or not?
what you have in the report are the heads of terms. They have been agreed by the applicant, so we know from the outset that they're not going to seek to derogate from them or wheedle from them as part of any negotiation in completing a 106 agreement. And as Mr. Weimer says, should they attempt to do that, we'll be bringing the application back. They are just heads of terms, so that's not expressly what's going to be set out in the Section 106 agreement. That's a detailed legal document that's drafted by the lawyers on both sides. But what the report does is capture the essence of those obligations. And if you wanted a bit more detail about what's being secured in respect of affordable housing, that is set out in the Affordable Housing Officer comments. And obviously, by the looks of things, you are effectively sat next to the Affordable Housing Officer who could clarify further. But this is effectively the framework for the obligations that would be secured. The meat and drink will be drafted by the lawyers, and officers, as ever, will take the advice given to them by legal services to secure the heads of terms.
You wish to make a comment?
I was just going to add that we do provide an awful lot more information within that Section 106. We can't include it all in with the officer's report, but the type, the tenure, the size of the units, we make sure that they meet nationally described space standards, all of those things, the nominations process, how we allocate those properties, that would all be secured within that Section 106. Is that ample enough information for you, Councillor Mann?
Thank you. Any members got any questions? Councillor Mott.
Yeah, if I can just check, please, because you're saying that one of the reserved matters conditions is going to be broad adherence to the map that you've got on site. But I note that the top end where the flood zone is not included within the red line. So I just want clarity, please, because my understanding is that if it's outside the red line, we have no obligation to condition on it.
Well, I mean, the legal officer is there, but strictly speaking, that's not quite correct. You can condition land that's outside of the red line, albeit you need confidence that it's sufficiently under control of the landowner and/or is capable of being complied with within the life of the permission. But in effect, no development is set to take place there. It would only be landscaping in that eastern side.
Weimer, you wish to make a comment?
I think from the look of Councillor Mott, I think I do need to. As a general rule, you, and I'm sure Mr. Fairbairn will give me a swift kick under if I get this wrong. As a general rule, you can impose conditions on blue land because it's land in the control of the applicant. What you cannot do is impose any conditions that require works that in themselves require planning permission. So if it's landscaping, so if it's the planting of trees, hedges, bushes, yes, you can. If it is the construction of walls, fences that in themselves require planning permission, then no, you can't. So there's a distinction between if you're seeking operational development through a condition, then it has to be within the red land. If you are the usual ones that are in blue land are things like visibility displays at accesses, where there may be a condition that vegetation shall not be allowed to grow more than 1.05 metres high to ensure there's still visibility from a car. That doesn't require operational development, therefore it can be on blue land. But conditions that require a developer to undertake works that in themselves require planning permission would have to be in the red land.
So this area then, as it is part of the net gain, is covered under the Section 106. I just want to be clear, because I know we've had issues before with the positioning of the red line and how it affects legal agreements, etc., etc. So I just wanted to be clear that we had covered everything that we had needed to do under that red line.
Yes, sorry, Councillor, I see the area of land you're talking about now. If it's the BNG land, then that's... firstly, Mr. Weimer's answer obviously applies, but secondly, Section 106 legal agreement is a slightly different process to the actual planning permission. So those same rules don't typically apply, although any obligations have got to meet the tests in the SIL regulations, particularly Regulation 122.
Any more questions for the officer? Councillor Vachon.
I'm just noticing that obviously the Lamerton neighbourhood plan comes into play in part of your report. I'm just wondering how much weight you actually put onto that in assessing the number of houses, etc. It's a bit vague the way this has been written. So
Okay, I apologise. Effectively, it's not a determinative matter, i.e. it's not a consideration that officers have given weight to, though clearly there is a story to be told, and I'm not really here to tell it because you've got public speakers who no doubt will, because I think you'll have got the sense, members, that this has unfortunately split the village in terms of those that support and those that object. There was, as a matter of fact, a Regulation 15 plan. There was a draft neighbourhood plan, and this site was allocated. However, prudently, I'm not suggesting you give any weight to that factor, because ultimately, as we are told, that plan is no longer being taken forward, and in effect, the whole evidence-based gathering and the whole process is going again, albeit there is, as of yet, no new draft neighbourhood plan.
thank you.
Councillor Guthrie.
Notwithstanding there'll be other people giving us some sort of further evidence and information. It would appear that there seems to be quite a strong feeling about the size and massing in that scale of village. So I wonder if you could just talk a little bit about that consideration. And
of course, if you
please, your microphone.
And just one other final thing that someone else I'm sure will pick up is that in some of the information given, it says this field has not been active in agricultural use for the last 15 years. There's quite a few cows there when I was there. So.
Okay. Well, almost in reverse order, I think that second point, if that's a matter of fact, that's a matter of fact. And yes, obviously it is being used, but it nevertheless is a greenfield site. I think that's the basic point. But in relation to the first question, scale and massing, strictly speaking, they're reserved matters, albeit you're asking yourself the question in granting planning permission today whether you think an acceptable scheme is capable of being brought forward given the nature and extent and quantum of development that's proposed. If your question is more about the number of units, this gets to the question regarding and the issue regarding policy TTV 27, because that's a policy that's there to secure as an exception to the general rule that you shouldn't build outside the built-up area, as an exception to that rule, housing that will be there to meet local affordable housing needs. However, as part of the consideration of that policy, you are permitted, so long as it's no more than is viably necessary, to include other open market or market housing products to make sure the scheme stacks up financially and those affordable homes are capable of being delivered.
Thank you.
Councillor Mann.
Can I just ask, obviously there is a lot of history that has been displayed around this neighbourhood plan group, and there is an active neighbourhood plan group. Why is this coming forward now when they are in the process of making a neighbourhood plan, which I think it's cited in there, would have been the natural place where they would decide within their own community where the housing need would need to be met within that community? Why are we sort of at the place of making a decision around this before they've come to their conclusion of their neighbourhood plan process?
Sure. Well, firstly, prematurity is not really going to be a point, because planning policy and national policy is very clear that you shouldn't try and await and foresee what might happen in the future in policy terms. But the more straightforward answer, frankly, Councillor, is there's an application and you have a duty to determine it.
Thank you. Any more questions for this person? Not at this point in time. Please stay around. Right, we will move on to the first speaker, who's an objector for the application, Mr. Gary Elkington. Come up to the microphone. You have 3 minutes from the start, once you start speaking. Okay, please speak clearly into the microphone. All right, so everybody can hear you. You'll get a warning 30 seconds before your time is up. And all you have to do is press that particular button you've just been shown, okay, when you start. Once you finish, stay seated, please.
Good afternoon. I'm a Lammerton resident and I've lived in the village for 23 years. I take issue with many of the conclusions in the case officer's report, but I will focus on just two that go to the very heart of the JLP. Firstly, the scale of the proposed development, and secondly, the mix of the proposed development. I'll start with conflict with S01 and S06. The proposal will, if approved, result in 29 dwellings being built in a village classified with an indicative requirement of around 20. If facilities justify this level of development, it would have been classified in the next tier in the hierarchy of sustainable settlements. This proposal is for a rural exception site. The word exception is significant. The JLP anticipates damage to the environment from the building in the countryside and requires that new housing meets proven local need and addresses an imbalance of housing mix. I would also like to highlight conflict with policies S09, SPT 2.4 and 2.5, TTV 25, and the much mentioned TTV 27 and DEV 8. Devon Communities Together are a preferred provider of HNAs for neighbourhood plans. Lammerton's was published in January 2022 and is valid for 5 years. Slide 1, please. This is a comparison of the assessed local need for affordable housing against that offered by this proposal. As you can see, there is a huge disparity between need and what is proposed.
Can we pause a second, please? The slide didn't come up.
Mr. Stroud, you've got it on the end of your presentation.
So apologies, I wasn't aware that I did. Hold on, let me bear with me.
Mr. Stroud, did you manage to find the slides?
No, I'm afraid not. Is somebody able to present on my behalf that has that slide?
I'm going to adjourn the meeting for 5 minutes to get this sorted out. And we'll reconvene in 5 minutes.
I think that should be on your screen now, Chair.
Yes, it is now up on the screen, but we'll give the gentleman the benefit of the doubt and give him a bit of leeway on the time. Okay, we reconvene and your 3 minutes will start from now.
Good afternoon. I am a Lamerton resident and I've lived in the village for 23 years. I take issue with many of the conclusions in the case officer's report, but I will focus on two that go to the very heart of the JLP. Firstly, the scale of the proposed development. Secondly, the mix of the proposed development. I will start with the conflict of SO1 and 6. The proposal will, if approved, result in 29 dwellings being built in the village classified with an indicative requirement of around 20. If facilities justify this level of development, it would have been classified in the next tier of hierarchy of sustainable settlements. This proposal is for a rural exception site. The word exception is significant. The JLP anticipates damage to the environment from building in the countryside and requires that new housing meets proven local needs and addresses an imbalance of housing mix. I would also like to highlight conflict with policies SO9, SPT2, DEV8.
Sorry, I'm going to stop you there again. We've got a little technical hitch at the moment. Your microphone has died out. Change microphone. A few seconds and start again.
But you need to turn that mic on.
I would like to highlight conflict with policies SO9, SPT 2.4 and 2.5, TTV 25, and the much talked about TTV 27 and DEV 8. Devon Communities Together are a preferred provider of HNAs for neighbourhood plans. Lamerton's was published in January 2022 and is valid for 5 years. Slide 1, please, which we can see on the screen now. This is a comparison of assessed local need for affordable housing against that offered by this proposal. As you can see, there is a huge disparity between need and what is proposed. The assessment distinguishes between aspirations for self-builds and market value homes over proven local housing need. The case officer is mistaken in his interpretation. There is no evidence of need for such housing types. The JLP requires that we respond to proven need. The assessment recognises need may vary over time. In testing the durability of the assessment, it is helpful to examine ONS data as identified by the Housing Strategy Action Plan 2024-25. Over 11% of Lamerton's housing stock is social rent. The majority is 3-bedroomed. Delivery of 1 or 2 bed social rents not only meets DEV 8.1, broadening range and providing choice, but also allows small households in large properties to downsize and would result in a net gain of 2 times 3 bed social rentals. Slide 2, please. This highlights the existing imbalance between household size, housing stock and tenures.
30 seconds.
Lamerton lacks small, low-cost homes. The proposal provides 68% 3 and 4 bed homes, which exaggerates the existing imbalance across all tenures and fails to ensure a resilient housing mix. Change the amount and type of housing and deliverability is further compromised. This application fails our community and fails all the key requirements of scale and mix required by the JLP. Thank you for your time and I ask you to reject the application.
Thank you. Stay seated, please, for any questions. Right, Councillor Vachon.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir. Just going back to the neighbourhood plan that you mentioned there, is that current and in force now?
The neighbourhood plan is currently being pulled together, which is why, as you highlighted earlier, Councillor, the timing is interesting, and we feel that the neighbourhood plan should be considered as a key part of this.
Just going back to the Chair, is it in progress now, and do you know when that'll be finished?
It is in progress now, yes. In terms of publication, I'm not entirely sure, but I'm sure someone that is speaking, who will speak after me, will be able to give you that answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
It's certainly imminent.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mann.
At the beginning of your discussion, you mentioned that this would result in 29 homes, and I just want to understand how you got to that conclusion.
So the 29 dwellings, 10 have already been built. Hence, the overall number will result in 29 houses being introduced into Lamerton. This, obviously, we know is for 19, but the requirement is not there for 19, quite simply, and the infrastructure in the village does not support it.
And I had a question that's been bothering me. You said you've lived there for 23 years. Is there a bus service to Lamerton, like a public bus service?
There is a bus that occasionally passes through Lamerton, and that's very scarcely used because the timings make it completely impractical to get in and out of Tavistock and also out to Launceston, that sort of area. So in reality, what this development will bring is a lot more cars into the village because that's what people will rely on. It's not a sustainable, development in the view of the parishioners.
Councillor Ewing.
I'm not sure if this question's for you or for the housing officer. In the report somewhere, it says that they've gone for a higher level of housing due to the housing needs assessment being taken out a few years ago, and only 35% of people in the village responded. Is that correct? I did read that, didn't I?
You want your questions for the speaker?
That's why I said it may be for both.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure on that one.
There was something about, I think it was a 35% response rate, which is actually considered quite good in terms of those housing needs responses. I don't know whether you want to ask me more questions.
Councillor Wakeham.
Could you tell us what amenities and facilities there are in the village at the moment?
Yes, in terms of amenities and facilities, we've also got the playing field, which is with it very, very close to this proposed development. The shop is a walk of just under a mile along a main road from the village, which actually traffic travels quite quickly along there. I've cycled along there, I've run along there quite a lot over the years. Not somewhere you'd want to walk to, certainly, with because there's no footpath there. You wouldn't want to walk along there, with a parent with a buggy or anything like that, or walk your children along the road. It's very nearly a mile. It's really, really fast running traffic. It's not. We don't actually, whilst it's classed as being in Lamerton, nobody walks there. To be perfectly frank with you, so that's it's a village with very few amenities. It's a lovely village, but very, very few amenities. Hence, most people when they go shopping or they go anywhere, it's via car.
Anybody else? Any other questions to this person? Just at a point, there is a pub. I take it it's still operational.
It is. I forgot about the pub, and I was only there on Saturday, so that's remiss of me. It's a very good one. It is too.
Anything else? Yeah, that's a point. There is a primary school in the village, as it was in the presentation up at the junction there. So there are facilities. Thank you very much. Right, the next speaker is a supporter, Mr. John Edgar. Would you like to come forward, please?
Mr. Stroud, have you got the presentation for him?
You've sent me the 4 slides for the next objector, I believe.
Jumping ahead.
Okay, sir, you have 3 minutes from the time you press go on the microphone. And once you finish, sit still for possible questions at the end of your presentation.
Good morning, or good afternoon it is now. My name's John Edgar and I'm a resident of Lamerton and a past parish council chairman. I was also co-creator of the neighbourhood plan that reached approval by your own officers to Regulation 15 back in 2020. It supported the development of Greenhill, the site that West Devon itself had also favoured for development with affordable homes. You'll see from the many representations that the village is split down the middle about this application. A biased and misleading survey carried out by an anti-Greenhill development group that now populates the parish council created the basis for this split. But the basis of your decision today is surely not to weigh a village opinion, it's to determine whether the proposal meets the policies of your local plan. Mr. Stroud's report is in no doubt that it does, after nearly 2.5 years of thorough investigation and negotiation. He tells you that it's a sustainably located site adjoining a sustainable village and satisfies key policy TTV 27. This is backed up by a respected barrister's opinion. It also meets the terms of all other relevant JLP policies, especially heritage issues. Mr. Stroud tells us that no consultee from West Devon, Devon County or any external body has an objection to this. He also tells you that it's a well-considered and neighbourly proposal that complies with your local plan. Notwithstanding the background, there's one hugely significant and important point to focus on, that is affordable housing. Reflecting the concerns of the government, you've declared a housing crisis for the borough. Housing needs assessments that were commissioned confirm that Lamerton itself is in desperate need of affordable homes to help young local adults and families to live in this attractive village. The alternative is that these people will continue to be forced to move away because of unaffordable rents and high property prices. Like many other rural areas, Lamerton has an ever-increasing average age of its residents. Affordable homes are the key to ensuring sustainability for our school, our church, our village hall, our playing field, our new multi-use games facility, even our newly revitalised pub. Parish Council objection to this proposal was not unanimous and seeks to prevent this development from happening, despite its perfect location at the heart of the village and its safe proximity to all amenities for parents and children. Quite simply, this is an excellent solution to our affordable housing needs in Lamerton, which I hope this committee will recognise and endorse. I respectfully ask you to give your approval to the proposal and thereby offer fresh hope for the youth of our village who should rightfully be able to afford to live here. Thank you.
Thank you very much and well timed. Members, any questions for this gentleman? Councillor Mann.
The previous speaker mentioned that the affordable needed houses were a different type, I think, essentially was arguing around the bedroom size, I think. What was your response to that be?
I think it's a fair question. I think the housing officer here is probably the right person to be talking to about that. The split from residents' perspectives, you'd expect a balance. And I don't think there are any large houses in this scheme that upset that balance. We need affordable houses.
Any more questions? Thank you very much, sir. Councillor Ewing.
This is the opportunity to ask the other question to the housing officer.
Can we leave that to debate at the end?
Oh, okay.
Not on the speaker list.
Okay. It was a question about something that's already been said by one of the speakers.
Okay, go, carry on then. Yes, ask your question.
It says, the gentleman said to start that it would be 29 properties. And within the report on page 47, it says that there are 2 permissions for development in Lamington already exist, and which amount to 10 dwellings. Neither scheme delivered any affordable housing. So should those 10 be counted or discounted?
Can we leave this to debate it later in the meeting, please?
All I was going to say, Chairman, is that we've still got some speakers.
Yes,
I would suggest that we complete the speakers, and then if there are any other questions for officers that arise from comments made from the speakers, then do it at that point when we've completed the speakers.
Right, the next speaker, please. Lamington Parish Council, Councillor Sam Deeks, is it? Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Have we got the slides this gentleman requires?
Stephen, have you got the slides?
Yes, the first slide, I believe, is already up, or should be. The gentleman will confirm if that's the right one.
Okay, sir, you have 3 minutes, starting from the time you touch the button on the microphone. Please speak clearly into the microphone. All right.
For this application to comply with TTV 27...
Sorry, I'm going to have to interrupt you. Can you turn your microphone on before you... the microphone on before you...
It is on.
It is on.
It's 2 red lights are on, is that correct?
Sorry. That's right. Okay. I can hear you clearly.
Apologies, my mistake.
I'm on the loop.
Okay. Can I start again? Thank you. For this application to comply with TTV 27, it must meet proven affordable housing need. That affordable housing provided must be a minimum of 60% of the total mix, and it must be viable. It is Lamington Parish Council's majority view that the application fails on all 3 tests. First, the application does not meet proven local need. The housing needs assessment referred to by Gary shows a proven need for 7 affordable houses of very specific types, yet this application proposes 10 houses across a range of types, the majority not being needed. The case officer's report argues that this is acceptable to anticipate future concealed need, but policy requires every single house on this site to be supported by robust evidence of proven current local need, as per the JLP Housing Strategy Action Plan. First slide will show you in the top left-hand corner, the applicant meets a proven local need, hence it's green. All of the rest fail, either through non-delivery, through over-delivery, or delivery of the wrong kind of housing. Even if this proposal was delivered, this would deliver only 43%, 3 out of 7, of the current proven local affordable housing need. Second slide, please. The application also fails to provide a minimum of 60% affordable housing and over-delivers unneeded housing types. Even with the wrong kind of affordable housing built in, this application fails to reach the 60% threshold.
The report proposes changing 2 self-build plots to below market value in an attempt to close this gap. However, where Housing Needs Assessment paragraph 7.3 refers to self-build, it is reporting local residents' future housing aspirations only. These do not constitute proven local need and should not be used as such in this application. If approved, this application would add 13 more 3 and 4 bedroom homes to Lamerton. 2 months ago, Phil Baker, on behalf of the Joint Local Plan team, objected to the application on Court Cottage because Lamerton is already oversupplied with this kind of housing. 3, the application is not viable and risks being undeliverable. The inclusion of 13 3 and 4 bedroom homes plus the attempt to shoehorn affordable self-builds into the equation is a clear indicator that this application cannot deliver Lamerton's proven local affordable housing need and still be viable. If it is viable, it is only because it is non-compliant. This is a challenging site with serious drainage problems, which the project's desktop viability assessments underestimate. Viability will be further impacted by the cost of the high-tech housing specification and the Section 106 commitments. We must not risk this becoming another CalStock. Third slide, please. In summary, look at the application in your pack. Does it provide affordable houses that Lamerton needs? No. Does it meet the 60%? No. Is it viable? Well, apparently only if it over-delivers housing that isn't needed. This proposal is therefore speculation and not compliant with TTV 27. Approval risks doing irreparable damage to our valuable greenfield site, to this Borough Council's reputation and to the trust of local people. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to stay put for a few minutes, see if there's any questions for you. Members, any questions? Councillor Vachon.
Thank you, Chair. How do you determine the needs, the number of people that need houses? You had 2, I think, in the green sector there. How do you actually determine and come to that figure?
West Devon Borough Council, after years of using figures which West Devon themselves referred to as snapshots in time to determine housing need, which varied considerably over a number of years, seemingly expanding to whatever application was on the table, West Devon Borough Council supported the new neighbourhood plan group to commission a housing needs assessment from Devon Communities Together, an expert provider of such. That showed that 7 affordable homes were needed in the village and broke them down into the housing types shown on the table. As you can see, the only one that meets, using the term very specifically, bearing in mind the importance of TTV 27 and its legal requirement that a plan meets local need, the only one that meets local need is the top left-hand corner, where one bedroom house that's in the application as such. The rest, as I say, are either over-delivered, not delivered at all, or the wrong type of housing. And actually, it really does bear in mind, and Mr. Edgar spoke about the importance, and we're absolutely behind him in the importance of affordable housing. You have to remember that an affordable 3 and 4 bedroom house is still 1 million miles off the bottom of that ladder. So nobody of the people that he spoke of can reach that first foothold. And that's what this is overpacked with to make the proposition viable.
Mr. Vachon.
Sorry, can I just follow that up? So all those facts you just given me now, they are in the draft proposal for the neighbourhood plan that's going through now, is that correct?
The housing needs assessment is, and the current neighbourhood plan has put out a whole call for sites which are responding to the proven housing need instead of pulling favourite sites forward which are not responding to a proven housing need. So the current plan is doing that. That was its commitment from the outset.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions for the gentleman?
The slide that you showed that has the viability, can you explain, I couldn't quite understand what your...
That one actually wasn't meant to be shown. I did ask that one to be removed, only because it didn't fit exactly what I was saying, but it still applies, but yes.
So, what is the not viable
This was a point that we originally were going to refer to in terms of the overall viability. Back in 2021, West Devon were looking at a site on that field, and the infrastructure costs alone were assessed at something like 1.1 million, and the site was subsequently withdrawn with a build price of 4.6 million I feel like I'm on Dragon's Den, 4.6 million, and that was considered non-viable. And so that slide there was only referencing the sheer scale of the costs of building materials, labour, cost of living increases, inflation throughout the years, and the current application claiming to handle all of those infrastructure issues of the same scale that were there in 2021 for £1.5 million less in 2024-25 money. That was a concern, but the viability concerns are much greater than that. They're to me, the existence of the...
Sorry, what you're speaking about is basically irrelevant at the moment with regard to this application.
What is? Yeah, which
viability. It's an outline application at the moment.
Well, TDV 27 says it must be viable providing... It must first of all provide the proven housing need, and it must be viable in doing so with its mix of affordable market housing and its proven affordable housing need. And to us, when you ask us to have a comment on it as Parish Council, we think that the mix drawn out, A, doesn't meet the market need, but it doesn't because it's stacked towards trying to make it viable. If that doesn't raise a question about viability, I don't know what would.
Anybody else got any questions? Any officers got any comments you wish to make? Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, next speaker is Councillor Neil Jury, ward member for the area. You have the honour of 5 minutes, sir.
Members, this application has been highly controversial within Lamerton. It is a significant development for the village in a place that is important to many residents, and there has been a considerable amount of public interest. That is a reason why I felt it would be appropriate for the application to be considered by the DM&L committee, and I thank you for your consideration. I'm going to try and present a balanced view and summarise the important elements of both views of the application. As with many significant applications, there are conflicting reasons in favour of and against developments of this size and nature. There are many residents within the Lamerton area who recognise the need for some development within the village in order to provide much needed affordable housing for young local people and to ensure future sustainability of the village and local amenities, such as the primary school and the village hall. It is accepted, I think, that the site has a number of other features which combine to make it one of the preferred options for development within the village, and these are dealt with at some length in the report. The site is well related to the settlement, is not within any protected landscape designation, and is significantly distant from the Lamerton Conservation Area to create no material impact. I'm encouraged by the indicative landscape strategy that has been suggested in this report and the proposal to safeguard and incorporate the mature oak tree at the centre of the site. Some members will remember that the site had previously been considered by West Devon as a primarily affordable housing development with the assistance of funding from Homes England. I was supportive of that proposal then, given local need and the council's desire to address the emerging housing crisis at that time. In the event, the site proved too difficult, the council lacked the skills and capacity to act as a developer, and the proposals did not reach the planning application stage. I'm also mindful that, as you have heard and can see in the report, that the parish council and a number of residents have objected to the proposed development. The key objections relate to the scale and makeup of the proposed housing provision. In terms of scale and the overall effect on Lamerton, it should be noted that the local planning authority has an established 5-year supply of housing land. West Devon Borough Council has accepted that 10 houses of the indicative 20 required of Lamerton as a sustainable village have already been delivered. Therefore, the proposal in front of us far exceeds the remaining requirement and will all be delivered at an early stage in the cycle of the joint local plan. As an exception site, it is imperative that the proposal meets TTV 27, and to do so, it should provide a proven need for affordable housing for local people. That need is assessed by the housing team and the Devon communities together as 7 properties, largely of smaller 1- and 2-bedroom units. The proposed provision is for 10 properties, including 1 4-bed house and 3 3-bed houses. It's interesting that in a response to a different, smaller application for 5 detached homes, no affordable housing provided, within the same village, the JLP team advised that it was appropriate to view the application against policies SPT 2.4, SPT 2.5, TTV 25 and DEV 8, as well as Strategic Objective SO9 collectively. These policies essentially revolve around the need to ensure that communities have a good balance of housing types and tenures to support a range of household sizes, ages and incomes to meet identified housing needs. Please note, these policies refer to identified needs and not aspirations or concealed needs as mentioned in the report. My next point revolves around the designation of 4 of the plots as self-builds, with 2 of those to be designated as below market value. The requirement for an exception site is that no more than 40% of the properties on a site should be for market value sale. That's a maximum figure, not a target or an absolute one. As the proposal stands, 10 of the 19 units on the site are designated as affordable. That's 52% of the total. To get around that problem by creating a new product, which is not counted as a market value unit, but is not really affordable housing either, seems to me to be a fudge and perhaps sets a dangerous precedent. Finally, whilst noting what the report says on the subject, there are some concerns about viability. The structure of the affordable market self-build units provided seems to support what we already know. This is a potentially difficult site on which to deliver 60% affordable housing. I have received assurances that West Devon would not compromise on Section 106 requirements. If this site is to be developed, it should, in my view, conform to the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jury. Any questions for Councillor Jury? Councillor Vachon.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you, Councillor Jury. As an experienced councillor and ward member for Lamerton, would you say that the majority of people who reside in Lamerton actually don't actually work there, but they actually commute to the larger town, Tavistock, etc., etc.? Would that be the case for the younger members of the community as well?
There's a mix of local employment. Some of it is local and some of it is rural industries. I imagine that a number of people do commute either in the Tavistock direction or towards Cornwall. I don't know the exact ratios, but I would imagine there is a fair degree of commuting to local centres.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? Any more questions? Councillor Mann.
On the last speaker, we were talking about viability, and that was said to be sort of, I think you were implying that that shouldn't be considered, but my reading of the description is that there's been a lot of work around the viability of the site, and that's what justifies the market housing that's on the site. Essentially, the market housing is needed in order to achieve the affordability that it has currently. Can you explain the bit about, it's obviously been explained a couple of times, but with a self-build being 20% under market value, how that meets affordable housing need?
I'm not sure I can explain that. The fact that the site is released at below market value, I suppose, is one thing. You're not going to, if you're doing a self-build, the same thing is not going to apply to the materials that you buy or the labour that you employ. So I'm not sure how that works. Now, the case officer may be able to give a better explanation because there has been council's opinion that has been sought, and that I think came to a particular conclusion, but I don't think I can explain it.
Mr. Stroud, would you like to answer that question from Councillor Mann?
Yeah, so the self-builds are not there to meet an affordable housing need, even though the housing team considered that it is a more affordable product. The purpose of the policy is to ensure that there is no more than 40% open market housing, and that's the point of the legal opinion that was provided, is that because, as I say, interpretation of policies are a matter of law, the legal judgment that's been given is that there is, in the wording of the policy, and it's in particular the second limb of the policy, there is a distinction between open market housing, which is the 5 units, and then other market housing products, which is the self-builds, and in particular, the 2 self-builds that are themselves additionally restricted to ensure that they are not simply open market housing. I appreciate that's quite a difficult thing to get your head around, but that's the legal view on the interpretation of the policy, which, as I say, is not one for decision takers to wrestle with necessarily. That's a legal point. Decision takers apply the policy under the correct interpretation.
Thank you. Any more questions for Councillor Jury? Thank you, Councillor Jury. I'll now move it into debate on this, and I'd like, first of all, to actually ask our housing officer to explain the housing needs survey, if possible.
Okay, so we have had several housing need surveys and information brought forward with regard to Lamerton. I think it's been a long-standing issue about justifying the housing need in that location. So Devon Communities Together completed their housing needs assessment in 2021, and there was a need identified for 7 units of housing. Now, that doesn't mean to say that we should only ever provide just 7 units of housing, because far more people do come forward at a point of a development coming forward than have ever responded to those surveys. You heard me say that 35% is quite a good response rate. It's quite poor, really, when you're looking at completing a survey regarding people's lives, people's future. So, you know, we always envisage that there is going to be more people that come out the woodwork to meet housing need than what actually do at the point of those surveys. We've also started to do parish profiles, so we know a lot more about the local housing need within the borough. And actually, the same number of people on Devon Home Choice were identified as to what responded to that survey back in 2021. Those are snapshot in times. They will move around depending on what's happening in the economic environment, the housing world. So rents are very expensive at the moment. They have been for some time. The pandemic has had a knock-on effect on all of that kind of information. So the number that has been proposed on this site of 10 affordable dwellings is not something that I would be worried about. They would be filled by local people that have got connections to the area because of family, employment, previous residents, needing, you know, grandparents, etc., to assist with childcare. They're all things that we do need to consider, and they're not black and white answer within a housing needs survey.
Mr. Baker, sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Just by way of context, because we've been talking quite a lot, focusing quite a lot on affordable housing need at the moment, because this has been put forward as an exception site, and obviously there are specific tests around that. More broadly, though, as a sustainable village identified in policy TTV 25, we have kind of talked a little bit more in general terms about the overall contribution of housing numbers. The housing need, in kind of general terms, that the policy TTV 25 talks about is obviously across the board. It's a range of tenures, recognising that there is also a need for open market housing. And the kind of broad test for that is around kind of Dev 8. And so it's very specifically about whether or not the size, type and tenure of the housing that's being proposed is considered to broadly align with what we consider the needs of that parish or village to be. And for context, obviously, you guys have kind of considered and applied these policies for a number of years now. You know that the indicative housing numbers in TTV 25 aren't upper limits. You may recall an appeal decision that we had on a site in Folligate, which spatially is not dissimilar to the proposal site that you're looking at today. The planning inspectorate, having considered policy TTV 25, bearing in mind this is not an exception site, this was a market-led housing proposal, and Folligate has an indicative number of housing of 10 houses. The inspector deemed it appropriate to give consent to a market-led scheme for 24 units, based on the fact that it was still making a contribution to what they considered the local housing needs to be when kind of projected across the plan period. And again, that specifically recognised that the indicative housing figure wasn't an upper limit. That said, of course, no village wants to assume or expect that there's just going to be a continual stream of consents in their location, because that isn't how the indicative housing figures work either. If that scheme is built out, when it's built out and kind of counts towards the indicative housing numbers for Folligate, as an example, we will be in a stronger decision-making position throughout the rest of the plan period if subsequent applications come in to resist those, because we've clearly documented that the indicative housing figure has not only been met but exceeded. So although there's been talk about the cumulative number of houses that the previous implemented consents and this proposal will add up to, the number of 29 has been mentioned, that does exceed the indicative housing number. However, if any applications were to come forward in future, we would have the ability, a stronger ability, to resist those, because we have documented proof that the indicative number has been exceeded.
Thank you. Questions now for anything else? We'll move into debate and go to. Oh, we've got more questions. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, Chair. Just one question. I mean, obviously, this term which keeps coming up is the open market products on self-build. It seems a bit weaselly to me. I can't really get my head around that. Is there a technical term that's already used, or is this already in existence for building?
Any officer like to answer that question, please?
So self and custom build is what we're talking about in terms of those self-build units, and we do have some particular government guidance that we have to abide by. So we have to hold a self and custom build register, and West Devon currently has 247 people on that register. So legally we have to hold that register. We have to allow anybody permission to apply to go onto that register. Does that help or not really?
It's a little bit confusing, as I mean, we have this. We have to have 40% that is the maximum that you can have on market housing, but it seems that by including the market products, that's exceeding that in some way. I can't get my head around that.
The self-build properties on this site, there's 2 units that would be limited as to, there'd be a 20% discount applied to them, so they would be cheaper than the open market. And it's really difficult how you apportion which side they fall into. Do they fall into a market product, or do they fall into an affordable product? Because they're kind of falling between the cracks, really. So it probably doesn't help with your deliberation.
Okay, I'll accept that, thank you.
Councillor Mott.
So I think just for clarification then for everybody, the 2 self-build plots that are offered at 20% reduction, they would be below market value once they are built in perpetuity in the same way that a social housing, etc. would be. Is that how they would then remain as the affordable element of the site?
In effect, yes, we would be capping, that 20% would be captured on those units.
Councillor Ewing.
Thank you. When it comes to allocating these properties, you've already said that the people seem to come out of the woodwork, but quite often it's children who have grown up in the village and who've been forced to move away because they can't afford to live in the village that they grew up in. They can come back, and as you said, you can have grandparents for babysitting, but also they can become carers for their parents as well because they're near. And that is how, when you're looking at local allocations, etc., that is how that balance will be fitted out within Section 106. Is that correct?
Yeah, we detail all of that in local connection in line with the Section 106. So when officers are allocating those properties, they will look and do that checklist to make sure that they meet one of those criterion, and that's all listed in the local government guidelines for allocations as well.
Councillor Mann.
I just wanted to go back to viability because it is mentioned in the report, and I'm trying to just get my head around what that really means. And this is to go to the open market housing as well, which is actually what people, I think, seem to be stating as a problem with the, extra houses being added on top of the affordable need. It says in the report that an external and independent viability review has been run to establish the minimum number of market housing units that will then provide that deliverable scheme. Obviously, the issue about time is a concern because viability, and I think that the CalStock picture that we saw was about that, viability changes over time. How confident are we that the viability that was done by this independent viability review is going to remain in place? And if it doesn't, like if it becomes less viable as we're negotiating the 106, what will happen? Will it mean that we get more houses on the site to make it viable? What's the effect of that on our decision today?
Mr. Stroud.
Yes, I'm happy to cover that. So, in respect of the your second point, in the event that the applicant post consent decides that things no longer work for them and they seek to vary the Section 106, then first and foremost, if that's within 5 years, which is a relatively long period of time if somebody's keen to crack on and develop something, then the council can simply turn it away. We are not obliged to entertain any form of variation, proposed variation to a Section 106. And secondly, even if it were beyond a 5-year period, any such application is tested on the basis of whether the obligations still serve a useful purpose. And I dare say that the council would be in a very strong position to suggest that they do, and therefore such application would be refused. So ultimately, nothing would happen. A separate application for planning permission would have to be made, and it would be tested on its own merits. And in respect of the way that the policy works and what the work that the external viability assessor has undertaken is that there is a delicate balance between the mix proposed and then working out whether it's just viable or not, i.e. whether with that mix those affordable homes can be delivered. Because obviously you wouldn't want to just simply put on as many open market homes as you wish, notwithstanding the 40% limit, simply because you could. So actually this application started off its life, I think for 21 units, and it was subsequently revised down to 19 because the viability assessor was not satisfied that they were at that minimum point, that crunch point where it just becomes viable. And that's the point that effectively we've reached with the mix of tenure of product that's proposed across the application. In terms of open market mix, that's not currently for assessment. That would be at the reserved matter stage, and there is a planning condition that expressly controls that so that we can ensure that the mix that is proposed satisfies, for example, Mr. Baker, who will be looking at local and district needs relevant to any housing survey and ONS and SHMAR.
Thank you.
Right. Anything else, ladies and gentlemen? Okay. In that case, I will make the proposal that we take a vote on approving of what we already. Sorry, debate. My mistake. Any debate? Councillor Mann.
I think this is a really, really difficult decision because of the number of people that are objecting to it. And I am really sad that the village itself isn't getting to decide this question, because I think that that would be the best result in a situation like that. So I think it's unfortunate that it's been brought to us before it could be resolved within that village. And I like the scheme a lot. I think it addresses a lot of the things that we want as a council to be supportive of, which is affordable housing. But I do have concerns about the sustainability aspect. And that is simply because although they're saying that Lamerton is a sustainable village, I know that there's no regular bus service to and from there. So having considered the previous planning application just and saying that it's unsustainable to walk from the far end of town in Tavistock, but now it's sustainable for 10 open market homes to go to a village which will require them to drive to Tavistock to get their groceries, I find that particularly hard to balance in my mind as a decision maker. So there's a lot of questions that I have around this in that sense, so around sustainability. But the overall scheme and the types of housing, I don't have a problem with. And I don't actually have a problem with the open market housing with the self-build, because I think that's quite an interesting type of building that I know from, we have a lot of interest within the district. People want to build their own homes and to deliver something slightly different. So those are the only things I'd raise. They don't really point to a decision, but I just thought I'd state them.
Councillor Vachon.
Thank you, Chair. I think, obviously, we are in a situation where we do need to build more housing, especially affordable housing. It's one of our biggest policies in the JPL. We do actually need these houses. I can understand it's going to divide the village somewhat, but it will help those who do need houses. And obviously, a lot of the people who live within the village here will need housing, and they will commute to the larger towns, and they will find this very, very advantageous. And it seems to be quite a lively village, for what I can understand, a very thriving and vibrant village. And I think it would be a good development to support that. So I'll be voting to approve the officer's recommendations. Thank you.
Anybody else wish to have their say? In that case, at this stage, I will move the motion to approve the officer's recommendation. Do I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second.
Those in favour, please show.
That's 8, Chair.
Anybody against? Thank you. Motion carried.
Yes, please, Mr. Chairman. My diabetes would like a break, as would Pat's. I need to eat. Pat needs to eat as well.
Right, well, we'll adjourn for half an hour. Yes? Sorry?
20 minutes and back at 2.
All right, 20 minutes. Back at 2 o'clock on the dot then, please. Right, good afternoon, everybody. With time, we started again. So the next application that's up for decision today is 0034/24 full from Southwest Water. And I'd like to invite the officer to give their...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to declare an interest in this application. I'm talking into it. I'm going to declare an interest in this application. My son-in-law's family own the property mentioned in the report as Gatherley Farm and the Grade 2 listed farmhouse, but they also own all the land that is being discussed in this application. I neither have a pecuniary or personal interest in the land and the farm.
Thank you. Anybody else got any interest in this particular application? Right, okay. Officer, would you like to make your presentation, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Okay, so application, as described in the report, is for the construction and operation of a water abstraction and pumping facility with associated access arrangements, landscape planting and other... Is that better? Lean in a bit, okay. Okay, is that better? Okay, I'll start again. So application for the construction and operation of a water abstraction and pumping facility with associated access arrangements, landscape planting and other ancillary works. Just a couple of updates for you. We've actually received two late letters of representation. The first one, I believe, has been circulated to members already. It doesn't raise any fundamentally new issues which haven't already been considered in the officer report, but just to clarify on a couple of the on the points, it does raise concerns about sort of the justification for the development and sort of the fact that this has come forward before, this planning application has come forward before an application for an abstraction licence has been granted by the Environment Agency. As detailed in the report, that's a separate consenting regime to planning and does not, we are not precluded, the council is not precluded from making a decision on this application in the same way that you wouldn't refuse a planning application because building regulations approval hadn't been granted. It's a separate consenting process. It also raises questions about the flow rates and amount of water available for abstraction. It's not really a question that the local planning authority can answer. There is a representative on behalf of the applicant registered to speak at this meeting. So if any members have got questions about that side of things, then you'd have the opportunity to ask those questions later. And there's also a point about the positioning of the site notices. Concerns about a previous application on the same site are not relevant to the consideration of the current application. Just for clarity, for this application that you're considering, site notices were posted both within West Devon and also in Cornwall for residents on the other side of the river to see. Comments were received. As I said, a further letter of representation has been received since the start of the meeting this morning. This doesn't raise any new issues material to the determination of this application, but does raise some matters which are covered by separate regulatory regimes that will be followed up separately to this application. Last bit of update, you will have seen from the list of conditions that there were some pre-commencement conditions as part of the officer recommendation. Two of them hadn't been formally agreed with the applicant agent at the time of writing the report. Some further discussion has taken place between the agent and the LPA ecologist. Just to firm up the condition of the wording for conditions 9 and 10, as referenced in the officer report. Those conditions are no longer worded as pre-commencement conditions, and as condition 9 is as set out on the slide in front of you. I can go back to these later if there's any questions. and then the wording for condition 10. As has already been sort of mentioned in the officer report anyway, sort of there's a particular issue around the protection of the wax cap grassland that's on the site, which is of a regional importance from an ecological point of view. So, but the LPA ecologist has been quite heavily involved in commenting on this application, and they are satisfied with the condition wording that's on the slide in front of you now. So apologies that the red line didn't come up onto this slide. It's to do with the way the site is appearing on our mapping system, because it's quite a big site. I've got some further plans to show you in a second, but the application site is around this area here. This is Gatherley Wood here, and the access track coming in from this side. That's the River Tamar. As a point of clarity, the boundary between West Devon and Cornwall runs along the river. This aerial photograph gives you a bit more of a broader site context. So the application site, please, I'll just find my laser pointer. So it's a bit easier for you to see. So the application site is broadly around here. That's the River Tamar running down there. So the application site is broadly here in terms of the built form of development, with the access track coming in from over here. This is Gatherley Woods, and then the settlement of Lifton is up here. It's approximately 3 kilometres from the site to the settlement of Lifton. As is set out in the report, the site very much falls to the bottom of the settlement hierarchy within the joint local plan. This is a site that's in the countryside, where we wouldn't normally be expecting development to come forward other than that which was for a functional agricultural purposes. In this instance, the application proposal is for what is essentially strategic infrastructure, which is not something that we deal with on a very regular basis as a planning authority. As is set out in the report, we consider the policies of the joint local plan in the round, and there are other policies to take into account in terms of the wider benefits of it, impact on climate change, and other matters which I'll come back to later. So this is the application site outlined in red. The site area is just under 6 hectares. And this plan is the current proposed site layout plan. So points to note: the site as a proposed pumping station is here, and the site of the extraction point is here. There are proposals for new planting and biodiversity net gain within the site, and there's another plan to come which shows you a bit more detail of that. And then the access track, as referenced in the report, comes around there, and the access point to the public highway is there. Elevations of the proposed pumping station building. As referenced in the report, the height of the building when viewed from the westerly direction, so from the Cornwall side of the river, is approximately 8.2 metres. The west elevation is this one here. That's the floor layout plan of the proposed pumping station facility. That's the site section showing the proposed pumping station set sort of into the hillside of the application site. And this is a plan showing the proposed abstraction point onto the river. I've included within the presentation the various technical drawings that have been submitted with the application. I will skip through some of these fairly quickly, but if members have got any sort of questions or points of clarification, then we can always come back to them later. So that's, as I said, a more technical drawing of the proposed abstraction point. Further section drawing. And I'm just going to skip and try and zoom into, bear with me, this, might have gone a little bit fuzzy, it's okay. It's called an isometric view of the abstraction structure, but just in terms of what it would actually look like if constructed, it gives you a better sort of, an easier to understand interpretation of the technical drawings. Right, so apologies for that, lost my cursor for a second. This plan is the latest version of the landscape strategy plan, which is referenced in the officer report as referred to in the list of recommended conditions. A further update to this plan is required by condition if members are minded to approve the application, but it does serve to illustrate the extent of consideration that's gone into the landscaping proposals already. The proposal does include a significant amount of additional planting around the proposed abstraction and the pumping station building. I'm now going to show you a series of images that have been submitted as part of the application, which give you an impression of what the development would look like if constructed. I'll just bring my cursor back. So this is a view taken from the southwest. That's the abstraction point there, and then the proposed pumping station building will be back here. That's a view from the west. Again, if members want to come back to any of these later on during debate, then I can move the slides around accordingly. This is a view taken from the west bank of the River Tamar, this being the extraction point here. High-level view from the southeast. The proposed pumping station building is here. View from the west, you can just see the proposed development there. From the southwest. And then a view sort of from the proposed access road looking towards the pumping station. As I thought it would be helpful given the particular sort of landscape and visual impact concerns that have been raised in relation to this application, this is the plan showing the zone of theoretical visibility that was used to prepare the landscape and visual impact assessment that accompanies the application. And this plan indicates the viewpoints that we used as part of that assessment. Just as a point to note as well, this plan does show the pinky purple lines that you can see are the lines of the public rights of way on the Cornish side of the river. So turning now to the actual viewpoint, photographs, the quality of the photo images is better than the photos that I was able to take with my own camera. So I think these are useful to give members context of the site. So this is the view sort of into the site, next to the river, looking north towards the proposed siting of the intake and the pumping station building. This is the photograph taken from viewpoint 4. That's the view from viewpoint 5. So the application site is sort of down, if you can see where my cursor is pointing, it's down in this area. This is the viewpoint 6 from taken Fieldgate on the edge of Lower Hitton. The application site is around in this area. And this is the viewpoint taken from the minor road looking down towards the application site. So actually, to get to the application site from here, you would go down the track, and it's sort of down the hill from here. You'll note from, if I just go back a few, sort of from coming to the site from the east, the hill down to the pumping station site is quite steep, coming from that direction. So, turning to the sort of key issues for members to consider. As mentioned at the beginning, the site is very much in the countryside for assessment of the proposal against the policies of the joint local plan, where development would, particularly in this sort of countryside location where it's really not near to a settlement, would normally only be supported for sort of functional agricultural purposes. I'll come back to some of the other considerations in a second. Landscape impacts have been raised by a number of third-party objectors to the proposal. As is detailed in the officer report, the council's landscape officer isn't objecting to this application, subject to conditions as detailed within the report. There's been quite careful consideration of the biodiversity impacts of this application, which is sort of detailed within the report. There's quite a lengthy, detailed consultation response from the LPA ecologist, setting out the matters, and subject to the conditions. It's now considered that the application addresses the concerns. In terms of environmental impacts, the Environment Agency did initially object to this application, requesting further technical information, which has subsequently been provided. Subject to the conditions outlined, it is considered all of those technical matters have now been addressed. The tree officer has raised no objection to the application, subject to conditioning of the arboricultural impact assessment that was submitted with the application. They are satisfied that the impacts on the trees have been suitably considered and addressed. In terms of the benefits of the application, as I said at the beginning, this is essentially an application for strategic infrastructure. The applicant is the water undertaker for this area, and they have a duty to ensure that everybody has safe drinking water. And in the context of sort of the climate emergency and having to deal with and adapt to the impacts of climate change, the intention of this is to try and better manage water supply for the area. And that is a consideration that needs to be taken in the balance. Bearing in mind this isn't a location where we would normally be anticipating development to come forward. So in conclusion, as is set out in the report, officers consider that the development as a whole accords with the policies of the development plan, and the application is recommended for approval subject to the conditions as set out in the officer report, with the two updates for conditions 9 and 10 as set out on the slides. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the officer? Councillor Mann.
I noticed that the parish council from Cornwall had said the parish council from Cornwall had said that they were looking to monitor water quality downriver from the sewage treatment works. Is that relevant?
So, sort of the water quality would be essentially, it's a set of regulatory regimes would manage sort of the quality of the drinking water. I don't think that, if that's something that they want to do, then obviously it's open to them to do that, but it's not something that we need to condition as part of this planning application.
But I guess I'm just referencing that they've called it a sewage treatment works, and I got confused by that and was just wondering, is this a sewage treatment works or is this a drinking water extraction?
The purpose of this application is to abstract water from the river to pump up to Rodeford Reservoir for the purposes of providing drinking water. I think the concern is that where you have sort of managed discharge from sewage treatment works, whether the water that's actually in the river is suitable to be transferred to Rodeford for drinking water purposes. But again, as I said, the applicant is registered to speak, and you might want to ask them as the water authority body to talk about that some more.
Councillor Ewing.
Thank you very much. Has the social enjoyment of the river been taken into consideration with this application? Because it's for open water swimming, because as you know, it's like a beach that you get down there kayaking, and there's a lot of fishing licenses along that stretch of water. Would they be precluded by this application?
Not as far as I'm aware, no.
Perhaps a question for South West Water. Any other questions, Mr. Councillor Guthrie?
This is probably a question for South West Water, because I'm a little bit confused by some of the information that I've been reading about this, and looking at the whole concept of river water abstraction and the amount of water that's available for abstraction, and the investment in other areas where you could retain water instead of abstracting from a river. So I know that's quite a big question and not particularly material to the application, but I think it's quite controversial as an overall subject, so I would prefer to have had more information about something like this level of what I could see is, such a hot potato.
Yes.
I think your first proposition is probably correct, that it is a question for South West Water when the representative speaks in the first instance.
Anything else for the officer at this point in time? No, lovely. Thank you very much. Right. First speaker, Mr. William Perry, an objector. Would you like to come forward, please? I don't know if you've been here before, but if you take a seat there. Okay, from the moment you press the microphone button, you have 3 minutes, okay? and stay where you are once you're finished.
I understand the need and the wish to support a resilient water policy and that the planning can be given in exceptional circumstances. Just because this application is part of the infrastructure plan does not mean that that is an exceptional and in any way has to be passed. The lid abstraction started up 2 winters ago, and even though constructed 35 years ago when Roadford Reservoir was built, has actually kept Roadford topped up in the last 2 years with clean Dartmoor water, and with the new Meldon North Devon pipeline under construction will totally mitigate pumping from the Tamar. The EA have always struggled with poor quality of Upper Tamar water, and added now that the excess 100 spills this year alone from Launceston Sewage Works, a mile above the proposed pumping station, it surprises me they want to pump from the Tamar at all, when South West Water are committed to providing clean, safe drinking water. To suggest the provisions of SP212 and TTV1 and 2 and TTV 26 are broadly satisfied is not good enough to create industrial scale buildings, industrial scale pumping of the Tamar, building a half-kilometre road on ancient grassland, concreting 25 metres of riverbank and felling of ancient trees, which will have a visual impact forever on the Cornish side for the parish of Lytton and all the people who walk around the roads of the Cornwall side. I'm not anti-abstraction, but the location halfway between the source and the mouth of the river is too high up for the amount of water they want to extract. In previous 3 years, we've had low water flows causing major siltation. This year's high flow has flushed the Tamar through, which was desperately needed, so the migratory fish like salmon, who are now an endangered species, can run and breed. Any abstractions on the medium to low flows in winter would have major effects on the river bed. I urge planners to reject this application for the sake of the river, the valley and the wildlife corridors. Picture 2 has been unsport for 100 years and can be enjoyed and loved for the future generations. Projects like desalination plants and other future innovations will make sites like these obsolete in a few years. And for the fleeting short-term gains, is unjustified to proceed with this application. They would be better to keep the temporary abstraction scheme, which is already in place on the Tamar, until better, more sustainable alternatives are found. West End planners turned down a zip wire down at Glennis Lake due to environmental impact. How can this even be considered when construction abstraction will be 100 times more devastating than a zip wire? Pick 3. I think Sir David Attenborough said that only 2% of the world's water is rivers, but it accounts for 40% of the world's biodiversity. The biggest threat to this is abstraction and dams. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Well timed. Right, stay there, please. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Mann.
You mentioned the water quality in the river being affected by the spills. When you said there were 100 spills in the last year, was that specific to that facility that's right there, or was that across the river?
No, the sewage pumping works has always been a problem, and now with more houses in Launceston, what's happened, it's a mile above, at Launceston, it's St Leonard's, it's a mile above this pumping station they're proposing. It has been, the water quality has been poor because when the river's high, they've had to release a lot of sewage. And the South West Water's manager of the sewage plant, in his own words, said he would never build a pumping station a mile below when they had a recent tour, because the water, what goes out into that river, I'm afraid, is not good quality. Combined with the Upper Tamar water, which environment we know, because the source of the Tamar is from Boscastle to Sawton, which is all farming area. And they know they've had massive problems with water quality. Unlike the lid, which comes off Dartmoor, which is clean, which they do have a pumping station on the lid, which they do pump now, which, as I said in my thing, and that is clean water, and the river clears within most probably a day. On the Tamar, shall I press that again?
Switch it on again. Make sure the red light's on.
How's that? Yeah, on the lid, I mean, that is the perfect place to pump because it's one day clear, and the Tamar is It can run up to 6 days. The Tamar can run up to 6 days dirty, which will massively reduce their pumping. Even if the water is available, will reduce their pumping in the period they're talking about, in the high waters. It is six, if you work it out, 6 high rises, that's 30 to 40 days, not.
Your microphone's gone again for some reason.
It's on now. Comes and goes.
So do you think that this could have the opposite effect then on the attention that's paid to the quality of the water if it did go ahead, because it would be
I personally think when this project was conceived, they went back over 30 years of flow to justify the pumping of the water, and their exact words was there was just enough water, which doesn't fill me with confidence. And that was the exact words of South West Water. Combined with the water quality, and they lose another 60 days potentially through water quality. They're not allowed to pump when it's dirty. I believe it will be totally a waste of time building this construction for what water they are going to pump. And also, as on the Tamar Church Committee, we care about Roadford. Pump it, if they do pump this water into Roadford, you could be pumping sewage. Small amounts, I admit, but small amounts of sewage and dirty water could be going into Roadford, which is the main drinking source for North Devon, which I think this project is a massive threat to Roadford drinking water and safe drinking water.
Councillor Wakeham.
Hello. So are you saying that this is an environmental disaster and it's unnecessary anyway?
I believe, yes. I think it's a disaster waiting to happen. I think the building of it, the construction of it, as I said in my speech, I think is bad enough. But what potentially could happen in the Roadford and the drinking water, and it's South West Waters, they have to provide clean drinking water. They are not pumping, they are pumping dirty water into the Tamar, potentially. There will be periods when it's clear, but the reason why 35 years ago, when Roadford was built, they put the extraction station on the lid was because it was clean water. They didn't put it on the Tamar because the Tamar was too dirty water to pump into Roadford.
Anybody else? Questions for this officer? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
Right, the next speaker is supporter, South West Water, Mr. Shenton, I believe that's pronounced. Yes. Once again, you will have 3 minutes from starting the microphone.
Move along. Sorry. Good afternoon. Yes, I'm Tom Shenton. I'm South West Water's project manager, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me the opportunity to outline the main benefits of this development. The application is for a new river water abstraction and above-ground pumping station building on the bank of the River Tamar in Devon. The development forms part of a pumped storage scheme for Roadford Lake, which is South West Water's largest reservoir. This is a regionally significant infrastructure scheme, with Roadford Lake supporting the water supply of 850,000 people across northeast Devon and a large part of northeast Cornwall and a large part of Devon, from Plymouth, the South Hams and Torbay in the south, to Bideford and Barnstaple in the north. The development increases the water resilience of our supply system in the face of population growth and climate change by giving us the strategic option to abstract higher river flows during winter, ensuring Roadford Lake is full by the 1st of April each year. The proposal in front of you today will reduce the short and the long-term risk that the people of Devon and Cornwall face, such as hosepipe bans like those seen last year. The development will also reduce the risk that the rivers of Devon and Cornwall are subject to emergency abstractions, like we saw following the 2022 drought. South West Water has been working closely with the Environment Agency since 2021 to ensure that this location is suitable to abstract water, and the agency has provided an agreement in principle that an abstraction licence will be granted here. This includes water quality, for which there will be stringent real-time controls to ensure that any polluted or poor quality water cannot be abstracted from the river and transferred to Roadford. Whilst alternative options have been carefully considered, the Gatherley site presents the best outcome for South West Water's customers, balancing suitable availability of water with environmental, social, cultural and economic considerations. To develop this proposal, we have engaged with a range of stakeholders, including West Devon Borough Council through a formal pre-app, Devon County Council, the Environment Agency, Natural England, and local stakeholders such as landowners, parish councils, and fishing and riparian groups. This consultation has been going over the last 24 months. As your officer's report has detailed, our proposals reflect specific measures to mitigate potential adverse impacts, including avoiding regionally important wax-cap fungi, which we ourselves found through site investigation, avoiding impact to ancient woodland, agreeing a biodiversity net gain strategy,
30 seconds.
minimising above-ground development, and providing landscape screening of the agricultural-style pump house building, and also implementing a sustainable drainage strategy that includes a permeable access road that will grass over in a short amount of time. In summary, this development is critical regional infrastructure which South West Water is promoting to fulfil its role as a statutory water undertaker, and proposals have been carefully and sensitively developed in accordance with relevant planning policies and stakeholder input. The matter of water abstraction is regulated by the Environment Agency, and we believe the material considerations should be afforded substantial weight in your decision-making process. Thank you. Be happy to take any questions.
Right. Just sit tight, because I think you're going to get
there's going to be a few, yes.
Okay, who wants to kick off? Oh, Councillor Mann.
You've heard the previous speaker obviously implying that there was going to be a stop when you had a water quality issue on the river, so you wouldn't be able to pump then. Is that the way in which that you envision preventing polluted water from reaching Roadford?
Yeah, there's a few issues here. So just for context, St Leonard's Water Sewage Treatment Works is upstream, about 2 miles upstream of where we're proposing to abstract water. We're abstracting raw water, untreated raw water, to put into Roadford so that it is full at the start of each year. During the 2022 drought, Roadford dropped to 1/3. We had hosepipe bans. The purpose of this scheme is to stop hosepipe bans and ensure we have some sufficient resilient supply. Water from Roadford is treated at treatment works. We do not abstract water from Roadford into supply. There is zero risk of any contaminated or poor quality water coming out of the Tamar into supply. At the abstraction itself, there will be real-time, unmanned, automated water quality controls, as we have at all of our extraction sites. This is not unusual. This is business as usual for South West Water. If any agreed parameters agreed with the Environment Agency, who regulate this activity, if any water quality parameters, dissolved oxygen, conductivity, turbidity, these sort of things are above the agreed threshold, the pumps will stop, abstraction will stop. We have undertaken water quality analysis at this part in the river. We also have a downstream abstraction at Gunnies Lake, where we already abstract water, we already have good data, we know what the water quality is like. This location has been chosen with the support of the Environment Agency because it is suitable.
Sorry, just to ask again, so if you're going to have to stop, was his estimates of sort of 40, 60 days, is that what your experience is at the Gunnies Lake site, or are you?
No, I'm not sure who Mr. Perry said. South West Water said there is just about enough about water. There's plenty of water there. There is sufficient water there to abstract, and that is why the Environment Agency have agreed with South West Water that this is the right location. From a water quality perspective, if you go further downstream, you actually get more pesticides. The water is not as clean as the River Lid, which is, for context, there's a confluence a short way upstream, and the River Lid comes in. So you've got the River Lid coming into the Tamar that this is the abstraction on. So the River Lid is cleaner, but the water quality on the Tamar is of suitable water quality for abstraction, that it won't affect Roadford. we're not abstracting into supply. That's the key thing. We're abstracting into our largest body of water. 35,000 megalitres is Rodeford Lake. We're abstracting a relatively small amount of that. Strategically, if Rodeford is low, that's the key thing here. If we're running out of water, we need to have the ability to intervene to actually secure the water resources for 850,000 customers. And this is the only place we can't abstract enough water from the river lid. If the river lid was sufficient, we wouldn't be spending the tens of millions, or trying to spend the tens of millions of investment on this site. The lid is a smaller river. That's why it's cleaner, because it's got smaller catchment, less runoff going into it and everything else. Without this scheme, our water resources management plan for the next 25 years shows that the Rodeford supply area, large part of Devon, part of Cornwall, is at risk of being in deficit. That means there's not enough water to supply that region, which means that we will have a higher frequency of hosepipe bans, temporary use bans, and emergency abstractions from other rivers that we do have abstraction licenses with, subject to EA consent. And I think the key thing here, what we're talking about here is a development application, which is a sensitively located and adapted farmhouse-type building with extensive screening of vegetation. It's set into the hillside. There's nothing rising above that you would see here. The visuals that have been presented by officers show, from our perspective, from all perspectives where there are receptors, you won't see this big impact here. So we're talking about the EA being responsible for that, and we are working with them very closely to make sure that that can't have a detrimental impact on the environment.
A lengthy answer to a question. Any others, please? Councillor Mott.
Lovely to see the plan of the extracted plant, but there's actually no indication of where that pipeline is going to go to then supply Rodeford and the impact that that is going to have, bearing in mind that you've already cut a large swathe of farmland and hedgerow down in laying the pipe from Meldon down through to Rodeford already. And nowhere within this is a justification, or any other application within the countryside has to give a justification for its application. And at the moment, I'm failing to see that justification, other than everybody bandying a few figures around, when I'm sure the investment could go into better pipeline management, better leakage management, better sewage management, and maintenance of your already existing infrastructure to improve the quality and to improve the supply of water. So I'm struggling to see the justification on this one, bearing in mind all of the other schemes that are going ahead at the moment and the lack of schemes going ahead at the moment.
Okay, so the Meldon pipe is a completely different scheme. Meldon to Northcombe Treatment Works is, again, in this part of the world, but it's not going to improve the water resources that are available for use. That is a resilient scheme to move water around. It is not providing any new water. Okay? So that is a very separate scheme. South West Water, as you can imagine, do a lot of work, capital investment across the region. That is a different scheme. Okay? The pipeline that's gone in for this scheme has done so under our permitted development rights. So we submitted an environmental impact assessment screening opinion to West Devon Borough Council. There was an appropriate assessment which involved Natural England. That showed that the environmental impact of the pipeline was negligible. That, again, is not what we're concerned with here in terms of development that's being put in front of us. But in essence, there's a pipeline that follows where the approximate new track is going to the public highway, and then it runs for 4 kilometres across country to connect into the existing river lid abstraction that we've been talking about. There's an existing pipeline from that abstraction that goes to Rodeford. So in all, it's about 11.5 kilometres from this point to Rodeford. In terms of the environmental, sorry, I may have missed the question that was there, sorry.
So just to pick you up on that point, then you're already extracting from the lid, which feeds into this river that you're then asking for another extraction from.
That's correct. So just for context again, the Environment Agency closely regulates our abstractions. The actual reality of this is that we're not asking for more water. There is an existing downstream abstraction on the River Tamar at Gunners Lake, the abstraction that we mentioned earlier. That is a 148 megalitre per day abstraction licence. We are aggregating that with this proposed abstraction and the river lid. So all in all, there is no new take of licensed water. So whatever we take here will be instead of at the lid or at Gunners Lake. Like you say, the rivers are all interconnected, it's the same water. What we're looking to do is to take the same water we're already able to take all year round, only during winter when the high flows or higher flows are passing through this part of the river, to top up Roadford in the winter.
So I would argue then, where is the justification for this when you've already got 2 sites that you're extracting from, and you're saying there is now a need for a 3rd site while still maintaining the same level of extraction?
The level of abstraction at Gunners Lake, which is where the existing licence is, does not move the water to where we need it. And building a new pipeline to Gunners Lake is significantly further than the small distance we are currently from Roadford Lake. I did have the number here somewhere. It effectively means that the scheme becomes, so Gunners Lake's 15 kilometres away further than where we currently are. So one option that has been looked at, because we don't go around wanting to abstract loads of water from rivers. We don't want to be spending customers' money on building infrastructure that we don't need. It's a strategic decision to do this, but pumping from Gunners Lake to Roadford is not economically viable. We're talking £20 million additional capex. We're talking £50,000 per kilometre additional operational cost from the power. So when we say that we're balancing economic, social, environmental considerations, that is a judgment that we've made to minimise the length of the pipeline, minimise the ongoing pumping costs, and choosing a site where the EA are content that we are able to abstract the water we need at the times of the year we need to abstract it. There is also, if I could pick up just the mention on the leakage, we're investing £60 million over the next 5 years in leakage. We are putting in things like water fit schemes to try and reduce demand and consumption. This is not a single-pronged attack on securing water resilience for Devon and parts of Cornwall. This is a necessary supplement to Roadford, along with the reductions in leakage and demand that we're also doing. We can't just do one, unfortunately. It's not viable to just say we're just going to fix leakage. We have to balance all of the different considerations and take a multi-pronged approach on this. And that's what we're proposing to do.
Mandy, and then Councillor Guthrie.
You probably heard my question earlier. It was, what about the social enjoyment of the river? Is that going to be impacted?
It will be impacted temporarily during the construction. Once construction is complete, no.
Councillor Guthrie.
Just a quick aside, really. When the Environment Agency monitors the water, how often do they do that?
We monitor the water in real time, and we share all of that data with the Environment Agency.
Yeah, it's just that it would appear that across the southwest and probably the UK, as we all know, that there's been so much spillage and so much poor quality water every time, all due respect to you, every time everyone tells us it's being monitored and being done well, it doesn't really seem to be like that in real time from a lot of people's experience.
It's not publicly available information. The EA, I mean, there's just no forum for us to in real time show the data of the water quality. But what I'm trying to say is that the water quality controls are in real time, so that there is an automatic linkage between abstraction and the quality of the water in the river. We share all the data with the Environment Agency. I don't know what frequency of spot checks they'll be doing. Certainly, alongside the abstraction licence, which is a separate regulated process for actually regulating and licensing the abstraction, there's an ongoing monitoring that South West Water and the EA will be doing to actually ensure that the evidence-based approach that we've taken, that we will not be having a significant impact on the environment through the abstraction, is true. Because obviously we've built our models, we've collected our data, we've done our sampling, we've consulted, and we believe that we've got a scheme that is not going to have a significant impact but will give us the water resource security that we need. There is then a monitoring phase to actually ensure that it is operating as we intended with the insignificant environmental impact. I'd also say that there is an investment at St Leonard's treatment works that will be reducing. We've committed by 2027 to reduce spills at St Leonard's to less than 20 per year on average, and that's being planned up at the moment and will help. The Tamar is not only dirty because of our overflows that are only happening when there's a lot of rainfall. Agricultural runoff is another key contributor, and we are engaging with stakeholders across the catchment to actually improve the quality of the water.
Thanks very much.
Anything else? Any other questions? Councillor Ewing.
Like wind turbines, where we put a condition about end of life, returning to what ground was, etc., before they went up, do we do the same with this sort of facility?
Weimer, I think that's one for you.
We go to the next speaker and let me think about that, and I'll come back to you before we go to debate.
Any other questions? I must admit, I've got my own concern is the outflow from sewage plants upstream. I'm very aware how much spillage there is in certain areas. It all ends up going past this extraction point. I just hope your monitoring system will prevent it being sucked into the river, into the pumps.
Could I just offer some reassurance there, Chair? Yeah. We have been given a 28-day commissioning licence by the EA already, which we used in March. That proved the effectiveness of the water quality system that we employ. It's also used on all of our other abstraction sites, including the lid. When St Leonard's is spilling, and again, we have a scheme in place to actually reduce the frequency of those spills in what I would consider to be the short term, the water is likely not to be suitable for abstraction anyway. Agricultural runoff in spate, we won't be able to abstract in spate. And it's in spate when a lot of the spills would be happening, because it's when there's heavy rainfall and the treatment work and the sewers can't deal with it. So yes, we need to take the water when it's there, but it's not just when it's in flood. There's enough water in the winter without it being dirty to take the water that we need to give the region the security of supply that it needs. And that's why we have chosen, with careful consideration, that this is the best location for that.
Councillor Jury.
Thank you. Thank you for your responses. Very interesting. Am I right in thinking that this project is part of a much wider strategic project which is intended to link a number of reservoirs so that water can effectively be transferred around a much wider area if needed? Is that right, or am I under a misapprehension there?
It's part of our Green Recovery Programme. So following 2020, in 2020, the government, the regulators, the Environment Agency, Ofwat, our economic regulator, and the Drinking Water Inspectorate, they invited water companies to bring forward investment to improve resilience, sustainability, and security of supply. This was a scheme that we offered back to them to say, regulators, we believe this would significantly enhance our water resource resilience, and they accepted that on the basis of what we did. So we have a commitment to deliver this by March 2026, to fulfil that scheme of works. So it is part of a wider scheme, including WaterFit I mentioned, that is about demand management. The interconnectors that we mentioned from Meldon Reservoir, that is another part of this green recovery scheme. But this in itself is to secure water locally for this region. This region is in deficit. That means we are importing into the region, not out of it.
Thank you. Councillor Vachon.
Thank you, Chair. How is this unit powered? What infrastructure is required to keep it maintained?
It's powered by, so all of the pumps and motors are electric. It's powered by an HV cable that we are bringing in along the pipeline itself from Lifton. So it's a below ground cable that runs alongside the pipe, and that powers via, transformers and all of that around the back of the building. That powers the pumps.
Okay, just supplementary to that. Is there any noise associated with that?
No, I've been quite clear that with others that there will be no noise from it. We've undertaken detailed modelling, including background noise assessments at the nearest receptors, which is people opposite and in the villages. We've undertaken modelling of the pumps that we're proposing with the soundproofing and attenuation measures, and the modelling shows that the noise created by the pumps are less than the background noise before we did any works at all. So soundproofing of the enclosure of the building, and also sort of dog kennel type enclosures specifically over the pumps themselves. The equipment's also water cooled rather than air cooled, which means you're not having big ventilations blowing air around. So we have taken that quite seriously. The whole point here is to create something that you will never notice is an operational building. It's automated, it does not require manned intervention. It will be visited a couple of times a year to make sure that there's nothing untoward going on. There's no security fences, everything is integral to the building itself. There's no external lighting. It's designed to sit there quietly and do the job of securing the region's water resources without further disturbance.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Mann.
You said short and long term. Can you tell me the life of the building?
Civil assets typically designed to be 100 years. I mean, clearly the building will need refurbishment after maybe 40 years. The pump and mechanical equipment typically has a design life of 20 years. So this is part of our, like I said, water resource management plan. So as part of our statutory undertaking as a water provider, we have to demonstrate through particular planning how are we going to secure the water resources over the next 25 years. And we review that plan every 5 years. This is an integral part of that plan. Obviously, what happens in 50, 100 years, whether we still need it, we currently believe that we certainly need it now. Climate change projections, we're looking into the next 100 years. So this is strategic, regionally important infrastructure for the foreseeable. But it will have a short-term impact because as soon as it's operational, we have that protection. And it's designed for the certainly security in the 1 in 200 year drought. So the purpose of this is we don't need temporary use bans, and we don't need emergency abstractions from the river. We mentioned earlier that the river lid abstraction did operate over the last 2 winters. It also operated with a drought permit outside of its normal season because we couldn't get enough water. So yes, the lid operated and Rodeford was topped up, but it operated beyond the winter into the summer, which is more environmentally damaging. We're looking to have a planned, managed, consented abstraction that we can monitor, refine, plan against, rather than having to react. Every time we have to react, there's a consequence. Cost, environmental impact.
Any more questions, folks? Anybody? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, the next speaker is from Lifton Parish Council, Councillor David Massey. Sorry, once again, you'll have 3 minutes from the time you press the start button on the microphone.
Don't think I will take 3 minutes. I'm Vice Chairman of Lifton Parish Council, and
In our March meeting of this year, we considered the revised plan from South West Water for the Gather Lake undertaking, and we voted unanimously in support of this project. That's all I have to say.
That's short and sweet.
I said.
Okay, sit tight a minute. Any questions for this gentleman? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And the final speaker is Councillor Edmonds, ward member for the area. As you're well aware, Mr. Edmonds, you have 5 minutes from the time of pressing the start button.
Thank you, Chair. The project, which is essentially strategic infrastructure, has unique and very specific locational requirements for the abstraction of water from the River Tamar to Roadford Reservoir. Given the nature of this application and its importance and impact, not just on my ward, but across the borough and indeed the region, I've referred it to this committee to ensure that it is fully considered in a wider public forum. The representations we have heard today have been very detailed and, in conjunction with the Comprehensive Planning Officer's report, address the relevant aspects of this application. So I don't think there is any need for me to comment further on the technical aspects of the application. However, I would say that I feel it's important that the committee focuses on the application in front of you, which is for infrastructure development and not South West Water policy or performance in their other areas of operation. It is understandable that a project of this scale and design in a rural location has resulted in a number of objections covering a range of concerns, including visual impact, location, and environmental impacts. I've given due regard to the objections raised, and I'm guided by the responses received from a wide range of technical consultees, including the Landscape Officer, LPA ecologist, and the Environment Agency. I'm satisfied that the objections, some of which fall outside the scope of this planning application, have been adequately addressed as detailed in the Planning Officer's report and recommended planning conditions. As we have heard, other comments relating to water abstraction and drinking water standards are covered by separate legislation and statutory bodies. And they're not part of this application. These are matters for the Environment Agency. I refer to a paragraph in the planning statement, which I think emphasises the importance of the project. It reads as follows: the supply of clean, safe drinking water is essential to life, environmental health, and a successful economy. So it's my view that the importance of a resilient water supply cannot be overstated, and after fully taking into account the potential harmful impacts of the proposed development, I conclude, on balance, that the substantial public benefits associated with greater security and supply of public drinking water, improved network resilience, and managing the effects of climate change justifies the proposed development in this countryside location. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Any questions, members? Thank you very much, Mr. Evans. You're released from duty. Okay, open to debate. Anybody, anything they wish to say for, against, ask any more questions? Councillor Wakeham.
Yes, has A watercourse habitat compensation been agreed?
Sorry.
You've lost me now, I'm lost. Has a watercourse habitat compensation scheme been agreed? Page 72. Environment Agency position.
Okay, so condition 13, as detailed within the officer report, is a condition that's been, the wording of that's been agreed by the Environment Agency. And that's where the compensatory watercourse habitat final details will be agreed. And the Environment Agency have said that they're happy with that.
Good one. Anything else? Councillor Mann.
I just wanted to point out that I was very impressed with the level of detail and effort that's gone in to addressing biodiversity and nature within this application, and I think it's actually a really great scheme in the sense that the building itself has very little impact on that natural landscape. They've put a lot of time and effort into making sure that they've addressed the interesting points around fungi and also the trees. There's been, you know, this, I think you've just mentioned, Councillor Wickham, the watercourse habitat, how to sort of compensate for the fact that they're going to be disturbing that. And I think that that is exactly what we'd want to see with any kind of development that's going to be that close to a river doing this kind of work. So I'm very happy to support it, especially having clarified the points about the clean drinking water, which was mainly my main concern. If we were pumping dirty water into the system, obviously that's not okay. But understanding now a little bit further about how that's going to happen and how it's managed, and that it also has been controlled across the three locations that they're going to have in the area, I think the regional support that has been asked for by the Councillor Edmonds is what we should be doing. So I'm minded to support this.
You wish to speak, Mr.
Councillor Ewings has an unanswered question that I need to respond to before members go into any vote. Myself and Mr. Fairbairn have had a quick chat. We think there is a distinct difference between both wind turbines and solar applications and any other form of built development, simply because by their nature they tend to be more, I'm going to say temporary, but I mean temporary over a longer period, because it's a lot. Once you get a solar farm, it's easy. They're effectively bolted to the ground. You can just take them up. Same with wind turbines. Most conditions say remove it, but they don't say remove the foundations. It's just remove the wind turbine, because they're effectively bolted to the foundation. So yes, you can say remove after the lifetime when it's a more temporary structure. We don't think you can put a condition on saying remove this after its lifetime for two reasons. One, its lifespan, as we've heard, is likely to be a significant time. You'd normally expect a building to be 80, 100 years, and we don't think it'd be reasonable to put a condition on saying remove it at that point, because the nature of the building being not as temporary as the renewable energy production.
Does that satisfy your question, Councillor Ewing?
If I answer in debate, on the surface of this, yes, it's very essential. I agree it's hidden, knowing where it's being sited. It is down the hill and across, and it's in a dip. And it's screened by quite a lot of trees naturally. The only reason I ask that question is this could end up being an abandoned building in the open countryside on somebody's farm, and that is my only concern, that nobody would know where it is if if you didn't know where it is, if you know what I mean. You won't drive up a road to find it, I can assure you. Driving to Gatherley is like driving to Inner Earth, as I've described it, and I've said it to Councillor Edmonds a few times. You just keep driving up, 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 and it's a good mile of just going up, and then you suddenly land. So it's not something that somebody is going to see in the future. And that's just my concern, that it could just end up being an abandoned building on somebody's farm.
Okay. Just out of interest, there is a lot of Victorian pumping stations all over the country that were built a long, long time ago, are still operational. And this may be operational for a very, very long time. Any more debate? Any more discussion on the subject?
Just a very quick one. I was encouraged by the explanation that there is no further volume of water being extracted. So I thought that was an added good point.
Councillor Vachon.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a very vital commodity, water, and it's obviously going to get more vital as the global warming increases over the years. So it's a facility we definitely need, and no doubt there'll be more of them. I'll give one little anecdote. I used to live in mid-Wales many years ago, and our water was actually transported in from the Midlands. And yet 200 metres from my house was one of the biggest lakes in the Wales, and the water from there was transported to the Midlands. Water going both ways. It's really strange. Anyway, thank you, Chair.
Okay, if we are finished, debate. Yes, everybody? I move that the motion is to support the officer's recommendation. Although, can I have a seconder, please?
Happy to second, Chair.
Thank you. All those in favour?
Officer's recommendation with the updated conditions.
Yeah. With the updated conditions.
That's unanimous.
Thank you, one and all, for that.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I should have been in a meeting with the Chief Exec at 3 o'clock.
You have to wait.
So he's waited a while.
Okay. Next item on the agenda is a planning appeals update.
Okay, thank you, Chair. There's only one appeal on there's a number of appeals on the list. Most of those, or the vast majority of those, are new appeals that have been submitted. The only appeal with a decision relates to a new agricultural building. The application was refused for two reasons. One, on the basis that it was in an isolated location, remote from any farmhouse, and wasn't sufficiently justified, and I apologise in advance if I suddenly have a coughing fit like I did this morning. And the second reason for refusal is that it didn't deliver carbon reduction. On the first reason for refusal, the inspector concluded that the building wasn't excessively large. If you can go to the slide with the size of the building, please. Was well related and had commensurate space for the intended use in the countryside, and this in itself sufficiently proved an agricultural occupational need. I'm not sure I 100% agree with the inspector. This was reading through it. It appeared to be, to me, a new enterprise, and there didn't seem to be an awful lot of justification. But where I think the inspector has come to a reasonable conclusion on the second reason for refusal is that the proposed building is an agricultural barn, never designed to have a heating system. It wouldn't be required to comply with Part L of the building regs. the inspector took the view that the carbon emissions implications of not including on-site renewable energy would be considered acceptable on account of the low impact materials being used to construct it, and there wouldn't be an ongoing energy load. So they considered that it was acceptable in light of the wider carbon reduction target of DEV 32. On balance, I can absolutely understand where the inspector's coming from, and I think if it had been an agriculture, but let's say it's been an intensive poultry rearing unit that did have a significant energy load, energy usage, then I think there would be a stronger case for saying you need to offset that with either some renewables or doing something to offset DEV 32. But when it's just simply a store being built and no energy load, I can see just the logic in that decision. Happy to take any questions.
I take it there's no questions? Right, last item on the agenda, update undetermined major applications.
Through you, Chair, hopefully things haven't changed since I last appeared at this committee, and I don't need to go through this on a case-by-case basis, but I'll happily try to answer any questions that arise on the back of the report, on the understanding that we're not debating the merits of this, simply where it is in the system. Sorry, merits of any of the application, just where they are in the system.
Anybody got any questions for Mr. Weimer? Okay, I hereby formally close the meeting.
Before all members pack up and leave, and I am really mindful of the time, once we stop streaming, there's the